Chapter 678. The sun was blazing high in the sky, and the sea reflected a golden hue. Apart from this, Klein saw countless illusory black lines. They extended out from the nearby mermaid's body, from his body, and from different parts of the nearby sea. They were thin, numerous, and densely packed. They corresponded to different parts of the sea, and they extended into infinity, reaching the ends of the void. This strange scene with a dense sense of beauty wasn't unfamiliar to Klein. He had borrowed the powers of the All-Black Eye a few times and relied on it to create the fake world for a long period of time. He had seen similar scenes. This was the source of a nimble right master's beyonder powers. The knowledge he obtained from the potion told Klein that these illusory black lines were known as spirit body thread. By controlling them, he could directly influence a target's soul body, astral projection, body of heart and mind, and ether body. Then, using the ether body as a bridge, he could control the target's body. Therefore, all the beyonder powers of a nimble right master relied on the spirit body threads. Firstly, it was to use the spirit body threads that every creature had to find a hidden target. It was the nemesis of a demoness invisibility and a secluded ascetic's ability to hide in the shadows. Of course, Klein wasn't sure if there was a way to conceal the spirit body threads. Secondly, it was to control the target like a puppet, slowing down their thoughts and stiffening their bodies. This was a form of forceful control, and it was very difficult to resist. One could only rely on the strength of one's spirit body to escape. To a nimble right master who was already at sequence 5, there was almost nothing to worry about against anyone below the demigod level. Thirdly, with the passage of time, the control would deepen. A nimble right master could completely turn the target into his puppet, hiding behind the scenes within a certain distance and controlling the target to do battle. In this way, the puppet could use its original beyonder powers. This is really strange, mysterious, and terrifying. It's practically exclusive to the mastermind. It's no wonder Rosago said that the control of spirit body threads is one of the most difficult powers to deal with below high-sequence beyonders. However, this requires time. Control isn't something that can be achieved in an instant. It needs to be deepened step by step until it's complete. To gain initial control, I'll need about 20 seconds in my current state. However, as the potion is gradually digested, the time needed will clearly shorten. Once a nimble right master completely digests it, it might take less than 5 seconds. Yes, before the effects take place, the target won't be able to sense it. Once he gains initial control over the target's spirit body threads, his thoughts will immediately turn sluggish, his actions will turn sluggish, and his body will turn stiff. Then, he will slowly develop in the direction of a puppet. If a marionettist has companions during this process, he can easily finish off the forcefully controlled target. Yes, if the enemy's spirit body isn't too strong, a marionettist will have some strength to spare. He can even divert his attention to draw a gun or use a mystical item to coordinate with himself. If the process of control is not interrupted by external forces, the target will become my puppet in 5 minutes. In a sense, he is already dead, and there is no turning back. Once the potion was completely digested, the time needed to transform into a puppet would definitely be greatly reduced. At present, the maximum number of puppets I can control is 1. There's no way to determine what will happen in the future, but it will definitely increase. From the looks of it, the limit won't exceed 3. Apart from needing time, there's also a limit to the distance. At present, I can only see spirit body threads within a 100-meter range. And to control them, I need to be within 5 meters of the corresponding target. When controlling a puppet, the distance between my body and it can't exceed 100 meters for now. It will definitely increase in the future. Apart from retaining its beyonder powers, puppets can also use mystical items and sealed artifacts normally. Furthermore, it expends its spirituality and not mine. Of course, the act of controlling it expends a lot of spirituality. This power suits me very well. When I encounter extreme danger and have no choice but to investigate, I can let the puppet do it. Although losing it would be a pain, it's better than dying on the spot. Before marionettist Rosago came to deal with me, he must have done something else, causing him to lose his puppet. Yes, he definitely hasn't completely digested the marionettist potion, so he can't gain initial control over me while waiting for the door to open. All he can do is engage in a face-to-face conversation. In short, as expected of a sequence 5 Beyonder power. Furthermore, the powers of the first few sequences have been enhanced by 50% or even more. I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder what kind of qualitative change a sequence 4 will have after fusing so many strange powers. Sigh, I don't even know what its name is. Klein ended the inspection of his body and sighed. He then relied on his experience of setting up the activation and deactivation methods for spirit vision to restrict his ability to see spirit body threads, so as to prevent himself from seeing things he shouldn't see. My left thumb pinches the first joint of my index finger, activating it twice and deactivating it once. My right hand can do the same. He reined in his thoughts and looked ahead. He saw that the remaining mermaids had turned around and were curiously sizing him up with their watery blue eyes. Considering how he would have lost control and become a sealed artifact similar to 2-049 if not for their singing and the simple ritual, Klein smiled at them in a friendly manner. The mermaids were affected by the charm's power as they gently parted their lips, revealing a slightly shy smile. As their purplish or crimson lips parted, Klein saw their teeth. They were as sharp as wolf fangs, one after another. They were white and shiny, dripping with a sticky liquid. Klein was taken aback as he realized that this was even more unacceptable than a real monster. He was already mentally prepared to treat mermaids like the ones in the sewers. Therefore, no matter how crazy or terrifying their forms were, he believed that he could withstand it. However, the situation exceeded his expectations. The mermaids were clearly beautiful and alluring females. Their tails also had the beauty of a different species, but their teeth were so hideous and disgusting. The contrast was just too stark, making Klein unable to look at them directly. He nearly moved his eyes away. Waving his hand, he quickly took out the charm of the sea god domain and created a strong wind to push the boat back to the future. Along the way, Klein couldn't help but recall the feeling from before. So the mermaid's singing is a form of neutralization, a form of balance. Otherwise, most faceless wouldn't be able to resist the Nimblewright Master Potion's corruption of their spirit body threads and would directly lose control. A lucky person like Sea Serpent Cavituous isn't in the scope of discussion. Perhaps it's because it doesn't have the aid of a ritual that it's relatively weak. In theory, as long as it has similar effects, a voice or beyonder power can replace the mermaid's singing. However, without experiencing it personally, there's no way to distinguish the minute differences. Therefore, it's very difficult for high-sequence beyonders of the seer pathway to provide any effective suggestions. Amidst his thoughts, the boat returned to the vicinity of the future. With the help of a rope, Klein easily reached the deck. Anderson Hood stood by the side of the boat and chuckled. "So you're looking for mermaids for the ritual and not to obtain the corresponding ingredients." "That's very clear," Klein replied simply. Anderson shrugged his shoulders and said, "No, it's not clear. No, I'm not sure. Normal people would guess that mermaids are the ingredients you need because they aren't worthy of a sequence 4 ritual. But who knew that the adventurer at the level of a pirate admiral, Gehrman Sparrow, is only sequence 6? "What do you mean by only?" Klein resisted the urge to control Anderson's spirit body threads. Ignoring the strongest hunter, who had a provocative halo, he entered the cabin and prepared to return to his room. Just as he approached the captain's cabin, he heard a creak as the door opened in front of him. Admiral of Stars Catlia wasn't wearing her heavy glasses as her dark purple eyes flowed with flowing water as she looked at German Sparrow. Congratulations on your successful advancement. Did I say something in the dream? You know very well, Klein replied with a deadpan expression. Katlia fell silent for 2 seconds. You asked me about my relationship with Queen Mystic? As she spoke, she couldn't help but survey her surroundings. She guessed that Queen Mystic might have boarded the future through my rather abrupt question? I really need to be careful when speaking to smart people. Klein nodded, walked past her, and walked to his room. There was silence in the corridor. Only when he opened the door and stepped in did Katlia's voice sound from the captain's cabin, echoing throughout the ship. Return. Inside the room, Klein waited for a few minutes before entering the washroom again. He set up another ritual and through creeping hunger, which was turning more and more irritable due to the lack of food, above the gray fog. After doing this, he wasn't in a rush to leave. With a wave of his hand, he made the distorted iron-black tinder glove fly up and land in front of him. After studying it for a moment, Klein placed Tinder into an iron cigar case and threw it into the junk pile. Although the expensive glove was already useless, Klein ultimately believed that trash could be used. Right on the heels of that, he slowly removed the silent creeping hunger and similarly placed it into the junk pile. Phew! Klein remained silent for 2 seconds before leaving the palace that resembled a giant's residence. He headed deep into the mysterious space above the gray fog. During his previous explorations, he had discovered a staircase of light that seemed to lead to heaven. He suspected that the number of steps it took had something to do with his sequence. Therefore, he came to confirm it the moment he advanced. After walking for a while, Klein finally saw the holy staircase formed from pure light. Compared to before, it had an additional step that appeared out of thin air. It had a total of 5 steps. Indeed. Klein sighed wistfully without any surprise. Then, he climbed the staircase prepared for giants and arrived at the top. At this moment, he wasn't far from the gray fog floating in midair. It was as though he could climb up just one more step. Klein subconsciously looked up and vaguely saw something. P.S. Keep updating while on the move. Seeking monthly votes. Chapter 679. That's... Klein's eyes reflected a nearly transparent object. It was like the outer shell of something. At times, it would shrink back a little and disappear from Klein's vision. At other times, it would protrude outwards as though it was blown by an invisible wind, revealing its outline. With it as an anchor point, looking up, there was a dark green color that was almost black standing there silently. It's like the color of the trees in the Black Forest, Klein mumbled. He couldn't imagine what that color or object represented. All he could do was boldly guess that it had something to do with his further control over the mysterious space above the gray fog. Without attempting to do anything useless, he jumped down the staircase that seemed to lead to heaven and returned to the palace that he had conjured. With Queen Mystic's existence in mind, Klein packed up a little before leaving the gray fog and returning to the bathroom in his room. After dealing with the loose ends, he walked to his suitcase and took out the sun brooch and wore it on his double-breasted frock coat. After this ordeal, the mystical items he could use and carry had returned to the state when he was in Bakeland. However, he was already a Sequence 5. He already possessed one of the most difficult powers to deal with beneath a demigod. He was already a Beyonder powerhouse in the true sense of the word. Typically speaking, I should be very excited and happy, but in fact, I'm not. I'm not even as excited as when I finally found the mermaid. This is because to me, I've only taken another step in my revenge. My true goal is still far away. Next, I'll summarize the rules and digest the Nimblewright Master Potion. I'll search for the corresponding Sequence 4 formula and ingredient. Yes, I'll do these things after I leave these waters. I'll ask Mr. Aztec, will Septon, and erodes, I'll have to relax my body and mind for the next few days. If I'm too tense, I'll break and show signs of losing control. Klein turned to look at the full-body mirror in the room. He saw that he was nearly 1.8 meters tall, with black hair and brown eyes. His face was thin and his facial features were distinct. He wore a white shirt, a frock coat, a bow tie, and a top hat. He wore a dark golden sun brooch with a calm expression and dark eyes. After watching silently for a while, he raised his hands, adjusted the buttons on his sleeves, and patted his black frock coat. Lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the dark gray buildings in front of them. Demon hunter Colin Iliad, who carried 2 swords on his back, pointed across him. "Afternoon town it is." His neglected, grizzled hair swayed in the wild wind that blew past. "That's fast." With the axe of hurricane in hand, Derek sighed in surprise. He immediately felt relieved, believing that it was reasonable. This was because the giant King's Court was located near the City of Silver, and Afternoon Town was one of the nodes that connected the two. With the help of the lightning that illuminated the night, he saw Afternoon Town clearly. It was built at the foot of a mountain, and it was naturally split into upper, middle, and lower levels. Although it was called a town, it wasn't smaller than most of the ruins discovered in the City of Silver. Here, the gray stones were built into different houses. Some were hollowed out and were nearly 10 meters tall, while others were like Derek's current residence. They were so short that a normal human could touch the roof. These buildings were arranged in a compact manner. Some of them had already collapsed, while others were still standing. However, they were all tainted with traces of decay. "It's completely different from what the textbooks describe." Derek suddenly recalled the knowledge he had learned in history class. According to the records of the City of Silver, Afternoon Town was the door that separated reality and mythology. It was a place where humans and giants lived. There was night and day here, but all of the day was in the state of afternoon. Be it fog, torrential rain, or the onslaught of ice and snow, they were unable to hide the relatively intense sunlight. But at this moment it was dark and gray. Even though it was illuminated by the lightning, it lacked the sense of light and was lifeless. Clenching his axe tightly, Derek, who had 2 miniature suns in his eyes, walked to the side of the expedition team as he followed Chief Colin into Afternoon Town. This place had already been cleaned up once during the initial exploration. The streets were filled with rotting flesh and dried pus. The surroundings were silent without a single sound. "Be careful. There are many strange monsters hiding in the darkness here." Colin Iliad, who had an old scar on his face, didn't let his guard down. He drew one of the 2 swords on his back as the silver glow converged. "This is the door to mythology? When the Creator abandoned this land, did he abandon mythology as well?" Derek couldn't help but imagine what had happened to Afternoon Town during the upheaval. His intuition told him that it was very likely to be different from the Kingdom of Silver. Before he had the time to carefully observe his surroundings in search of possible clues, he suddenly heard an anxious shout from his teammate on the other side. "There's something." Derek turned his head and saw a transparent face grow out of the surface of the 10-meter-tall stone building. This face was covered in countless cracks. They circled around the center in a very orderly manner, forming a vortex-like eye or mouth. The hurricane in the vortex seemed corporeal as it spewed out with a howl. The light that resembled the first rays of dawn was densely packed inside, as though they were arrows of light. They struck a few members of the expedition team, but it was as though they had struck a thick city wall. All they could do was produce dull and concentrated sounds before quickly disappearing into the gloomy environment. At some point in time, the City of Silver's chief, Colin Iliad, had already bent his knees and half squatted. He had stabbed the silver sword in his hand into the rotting gray stone ground. He had provided the most powerful protection for the team members in the front row. At the same time, the other members of the expedition team launched their attacks in an orderly manner. Storms of light and scarlet fireballs hit the monster one after another. Right on the heels of that, the holy light that Derek had summoned landed on the vortex that resembled a single eye. Amidst the explosion, the boulder that was already covered in cracks collapsed. The transparent face screamed as it evaporated. Although the battle was easy, Derek wasn't happy at all. In the tarot, he had heard Mr. the Hanging Man, Miss Justice, and the others discuss cases of beyonder battles. Combined with the experience that the City of Silver had accumulated from fighting all kinds of monsters in the depths of the darkness, he was worried to discover that the City of Silver's grasp was limited. Below the demigod realm, they lacked effective means of control. The situation just now had confirmed this point. Thankfully, there's a sealed artifact formed after the monster's death to make up for it. Derek thought silently as he heard the chief instruct, "Follow the arrangements we made when we set off." According to the arrangement we made when we set off, 3 to 4 people will form a team and explore and clear different areas. Yes, Chief. Most of the members of the expedition team had rich experience, so they quickly divided themselves into teams. Derek's team consisted of 3 people. Apart from him, there was Joshua and Chaim, who had gone to the abandoned temple with him. The former was a Sequence 7 weapon master, and he had a magical glove that could control flames. The latter had recently become a Sequence 6 Dawn paladin. He had grown taller, reaching a height of 2.3 meters. The average height of the City of Silver with the Warrior Pathway, which was also known as the Giant Pathway, was 1.8 meters, including children above the age of 6. Even if beyonder characteristics weren't inherited, the normal genes that had been changed would be accumulated over generations. Although Derek wasn't old, he was nearly 1.8 meters tall, and there was still room for him to grow taller. According to the assigned targets, Derek, Joshua, and Chaim entered an alley on the left in a triangular battle formation and explored every house that could still be entered. Perhaps it was because they had previously cleared the area, but they didn't encounter any monsters. They unknowingly relaxed a little. "I heard that the 6-member council wishes to build a camp here and turn Afternoon Town into our base," Joshua, who was wearing a scarlet glove on his left hand, said after inspecting the hall of a house. Chaim nodded and looked down at his 2 companions. "Their true goal seems to be," he pointed diagonally downwards. "Giant King's Court?" Derek asked in surprise. "Aren't we searching for the seaside where Jack and company came from? Don't we need to circle around the Giant King's Court?" Derek was filled with questions. Chaim shook his head. "I only heard of it." He swept his gaze and pointed at the entrance to the basement. "Let's finish exploring this place first," Derek tersely acknowledged. With his night vision and illumination powers, he wasn't afraid of the darkness as he rushed into the basement. Chaim carried an animal hide lantern and followed closely behind with Joshua. The basement of the house was rather spacious. There were puddles of blackened dried blood, and the smell of blood still lingered despite the passage of time. Derek surveyed the area and felt that a sacrificial ritual had been held here. "A very, very long time ago," he silently added. He discovered a stone table that resembled an altar and a candle that was left behind, confirming his guess. Why would the residents of Afternoon Town secretly hide in the basement to hold a sacrificial ritual? When the Giant King's Court was ruled, they were all believers of the Giant King. Later on, they belonged to the Lord who created everything. The owner of this house secretly worships another god? Questions surfaced as Derek approached the altar. He saw that the stone table was originally engraved with words, but they had been destroyed by natural and unnatural elements. After careful identification, Derek read out 3 names from it: Ouroboros, Medici, Sasrer. Ouroboros? Isn't that the name of the angel of fate? Mr. Fool mentioned that Medici is also a king of angels. Sasrer is the other one? Derek suddenly felt excited and horrified. He hurriedly turned his head, hoping to get his companions to take a look. However, the entrance to the basement was empty and dark. Chaim and Joshua, who were supposed to be following behind him, had vanished. P.S. I'm finally home. I need to make some adjustments and make some changes. Chapter 680. Gone? Complete darkness? Faced with this sudden change, Derek's first reaction wasn't horror. Instead, he clasped his hands and held them to his mouth. A rather clear light emanated from his body, dispersing the surrounding darkness and illuminating every corner of the basement. In the environment that Derek lived in, night was the most terrifying existence. Once they left the City of Silver, they had to maintain a state of illumination at all times. Even if it was temporarily lost, the interval couldn't exceed 5 seconds. When Derek first joined the exploration team and lacked experience, he had nearly made a mistake and lost his life. Thankfully, the chief was standing nearby. The light slowly and continuously rippled. Derek raised his right hand that was tightly gripping the axe of Hurricane as he cautiously observed his surroundings. He discovered that apart from Chaim and Joshua, the two teammates who had entered the basement with him, vanishing, the large patches of blackened marks on the stone slabs and walls had turned blood-red at some point in time. It was so wet that it looked like it had just been splashed on. This made Derek, who was familiar with the exploration materials and had calmed down, think of a possibility. It was that the problem wasn't with Joshua or Chaim, but with himself. I only approached the altar and silently chanted those 3 names. Normally speaking, even angels need to have a complete and accurate honorific name to receive the prayers that others chanted or copied. Furthermore, it's said that there's a limit to the range. I wonder if the kings of angels have to do the same. One of these 3 names is the key to activating the altar's hidden powers. I used Jotun that can stir nature, causing the problem to arise? No, that's not right. I have to say it out loud for it to be effective. Even if it's the true name of the kings of angels, there haven't been any problems in the past. Derek was puzzled and uneasy as he turned around and returned to the side of the altar and the stone table. He was surprised to see that the words and symbols on the stone table were much clearer and more complete than before, as though the host of the ritual had just finished carving them. There were a total of 3 types of text: Jotun, Dragonese, and one that Derek didn't recognize. However, he suspected that it was the ancient Hermes that Mr. the Hanging Man and Miss Justice spoke of. This was because he had gained a basic grasp of some of the words from his conversations with Tarot. It was rather similar to the text on the stone table. The content expressed in Jotun and Draconic was very similar. They both repeated the 3 names and their corresponding titles. Angel of Fate Ouroboros, Red Angel Medici, Dark Angel Sasra. Following the title and name was a phrase that Derek was very familiar with: Frowny Face Rose Redemption. Sasra is really a king of angels named Dark Angel. He and the Angel of Fate and Red Angel are the founders of Rose Redemption? I wonder what Mr. Fool knows about him. He definitely knows a lot. Ancient Hermes should have the same meaning. In Afternoon Town, which has already converted to the faith of the Lord that created everything, there are residents who secretly worship the 3 kings of angels beside the Lord. With this in mind, Derek suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He felt as though he had touched the edge of the truth behind why the Creator had abandoned this land. He looked up again and saw that the walls and ground were still blood-red. Chaim and Joshua were still nowhere to be seen. It's useless to recite it again. Perhaps it wasn't of any use to begin with. Derek drew a breath, raised the axe of Hurricane, and carefully walked towards the basement entrance, hoping to find the root of the problem and determine which side was the problem. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He was like a giant candle as he teleported back to the hall above. The shadows here were thick, gray, and quiet. The rotting chairs and the remnants of the stone table were silently placed, no different from before. Derek still hadn't found Joshua and Chaim. All he could do was nervously walk to the window to see if he could meet any other members of the exploration team. Pa. Amidst light footsteps, he approached the hole that should have been in the window frame. He leaned forward and looked outside. Countless gray buildings were spread out in a compact manner. They were either tall or short as they ascended the stairs. The frequency of the lightning in midair was very low. Many of the windows were illuminated by candlelight, flickering in a dim yellow that didn't extinguish even after a long time. Derek couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of saliva. He had a feeling that afternoon town had never experienced such a drastic change, and that the residents were still living peacefully. With an animal hide lantern in hand, Chaim didn't need to bend his back to pass through the basement entrance. He said to Joshua in amusement, "This house definitely belongs to humans, but their family definitely has the bloodline of giants. Their height should be about the same as mine. TSK, back in the ruined city we went to, we had to lower our heads just to enter the door." The bloodline of giants didn't necessarily mean that one had the bloodline of giant. Instead, it represented the physical characteristics that were passed down to their descendants after consuming the potion of this pathway. Being tall was one of the main manifestations. Joshua looked up at Chaim and scoffed. "That's you. I don't need it. But it won't take long for you to advance. When the time comes, you won't be much shorter than me," Chaim said with a smile. He used the corner of his eye to watch Derek, who was approaching the altar, to prevent any accidents from happening. Joshua thought and said, "Actually, I'm curious. The chief is a Sequence 4 demon hunter. He should be about 3 to 4 meters tall like an ordinary giant. Why does he look normal, only half a head taller than me?" Chaim subconsciously surveyed the area. It said that the chief has a giant form. Giant form? Will his clothes be completely torn after he becomes a giant? Joshua asked with a smile. Unless his clothes and pants are mystical items. Chaim and Joshua exchanged looks and smiled. Just as they were about to share the joke with Derek, they realized that the youth had vanished when they turned their heads. Derek, who was supposed to be in front of the altar, had vanished. Chaim and Joshua's expressions instantly turned heavy. One of them raised his broad and huge sword, while the other extended his scarlet-gloved left palm. They carefully approached the altar and carefully checked it, but they didn't find any suspicious traces. Joshua was just about to attempt to decipher the remnant text on the stone table when Chaim patted him on the shoulder. "Don't look at it. I recall that Derek was reading the text before he vanished. Let's get the chief here." Joshua nodded. He didn't leave in a hurry. After surveying the area again, he rubbed his thumb and middle finger and lit the remaining candle on the altar. This would protect Derek, preventing him from falling into true darkness. The City of Silver's expedition team had encountered a similar encounter in the city ruins. A team member had seemingly disappeared, but in fact, he had been hidden by some sort of power. He remained in his original spot, but his teammates nearby were in a hurry to seek help. They hurriedly carried lanterns and left the area. Hence, the pitiful fellow was devoured by true darkness, never to be found again. If not for another team member falling into the same situation and being rescued on the spot, no one would have known the exact cause of the former's death. The candle lit up as the dim yellow light scattered in all directions. Chaim and Joshua then left and came to the alley, releasing the spirituality signal that everyone carried. They didn't have to wait long before Colin Iliad jumped down from the top of another building and landed steadily. "What happened?" the demon hunter asked in a deep voice. The silver sword in his hand was smeared with a layer of light gray ointment. Chaim immediately gave a simple recount of what had just happened and said, "Don't worry. Finally," he said, "we weren't able to discover the reason for Derek's disappearance." Derek, Colin nodded thoughtfully, walked past the two of them, and walked into the corresponding house. The candlelight outside was dim and warm, but Derek felt as though he had fallen into a so-called ice cavern. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He clenched the axe of hurricane in his right hand and retracted his gaze from the town. He turned to walk into the basement and stood in front of the altar again. He was basically certain that he was the one in trouble. However, he didn't have the urge to explore this strange afternoon town. He didn't even dare to open the door. Derek wasn't too nervous, nor was he clearly flustered. This was because he didn't believe that he had encountered a serious problem. As long as it's not a direct danger, it can't be considered serious. Derek drew a silent breath and bowed his head slightly as he piously whispered, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." Klein, who was admiring the scenery of the ruins of the Battle of the Gods by the window, had no choice but to enter the bathroom again. He set up the interference items and took 4 steps counterclockwise to arrive above the gray fog. He sat on the high-back chair at the end of the long bronze table and extended his right hand. He emanated his spirituality and touched the crimson star that symbolized Little Sunday. Suddenly, the prayers became abnormally clear as a corresponding scene appeared in front of Klein. He first saw the still blurry little sun, and then he realized that the environment he was in was a little off. There was an indescribable darkness flowing around Sunday. In the darkness, there were eyes of different shapes silently watching him. These eyes were densely packed and indistinct. They were dark and reserved, like uninvited spectators. However, Little Sun didn't notice them at all. Afternoon town, is that dangerous? Klein knew very well what Sun had been up to recently. He thought about it and intuitively felt that the darkness was extremely strange and unreal. Therefore, he gave up on using the sea god's scepter to respond to Little Sunday. Instead, he pulled him above the gray fog. Klein released his spirituality, but he felt that the crimson star seemed to have sunk into a swamp, making it rather strenuous for him to pull Klein over. Which king of angels did I offend this time? With a thought, Klein made the gray fog and the mysterious space beneath him ripple and transmit it over. After advancing to sequence 5, without relying on the Dark Emperor card or the corresponding ritual, he could already stir the powers above the gray fog. Silently, Klein easily pulled Klein over. Sun's figure immediately appeared on the high-back chair that belonged to him. At the same time, Klein vaguely saw the strange darkness flowing around Little Sun's body shatter. The demon hunter entered the basement on high alert, with Chaim and Joshua following closely behind him. They saw Derek Berg's figure appear like a drawing in front of the dim candlelight. P.S. There will be an update at midnight. Seeking monthly votes. Chapter 681. Above the gray fog, in the palace that was propped up by stone pillars. Sun quickly reported his encounter to Mr. Fool. Dark Angel Sasrar. The names and titles of these kings of angels seem to have been drowned in the long river of history. Almost no one knows of them. If it wasn't for Little Sun and Company's discovery in the forsaken land of the gods, and if it wasn't for directly encountering an ancient evil spirit that's suspected to be the Red Angel's true form, I wouldn't even know of a king of angels. At most, I would have heard of the Amon family, but I wouldn't have been able to venture deep into the blasphemers. Where is this dark angel now? Is he still alive? Is he still one of the top members of Rose Redemption? Klein felt wistful. Afraid that Little Sun would ask all sorts of questions regarding this matter that he couldn't answer, Klein instantly stopped thinking and leisurely leaned back in his chair. Your predicament has been resolved. Your companions are about to arrive. As he spoke, he didn't give Little Sun a chance to speak and directly cut off the connection. As for how to explain Little Sun's abnormality if it was discovered, Klein couldn't be bothered to remind him to fabricate a reason. Isn't it normal for something strange to appear after it disappears, accompanied by all sorts of strange situations? At that moment, Derek was very grateful that Mr. Fool didn't question him further. This was because he was afraid that after leaving that different afternoon town, he would be exposed to the fatal darkness or be targeted by hidden monsters. Therefore, he was eager to grasp the current situation of his body as soon as possible so that he could make the most effective response. However, if Mr. Fool really raised a question, he would also seriously and patiently describe the corresponding situation. When his consciousness returned to his body, Derek's senses rapidly recovered. He opened his eyes and saw a candle that was about to burn to the bottom. The wick was holding a small flame that was swaying in the wind. Then, he realized that the chief was standing beside him at some point in time. The tall Hyam and the red-gloved Joshua were 2 steps behind him, with a wary look. How long have they been looking at me like this? Although Derek had already thought of a reason above the gray fog, he still felt a little guilty and nervous. Colin Farrow's heavily wrinkled face was expressionless as he looked at Derek Berg and asked in his usual voice, "What happened to you just now?" Derek didn't immediately answer, as that would make it seem like he had already prepared an excuse. Following the trick taught by the hanged man, he deliberately paused for a few seconds, recalling and describing at the same time. He said, "After entering the basement, I saw an altar. I suspected that it was an altar and attempted to decipher the remnant words and symbols on it. I recognized 3 names, and one of them was Angel of Fate Ouroboros." At this moment the lantern's light extinguished. When I turned back to look, Hyam and Joshua had vanished. I created a light source and walked out of the basement to investigate. I discovered that it was the same outside. It was still afternoon town, but many of the houses still had candles lit. It was as though humans were still living there. I didn't dare to leave the house, so I returned to the basement and tried to do what I did before. Chief, the words on the altar in Afternoon Town were very complete. There were 3 languages. Jotun, Draconic, and I didn't recognize the last one, but the meaning of the first 2 languages was the same. It was the titles and names of the 3 angels, and Rose Redemption. Later, I found myself back here. What he said was the truth, and it was even very complete. He only hid the details of how he returned. Derek didn't have any extravagant hopes that he could hide it from the chief. He planned on being vague when the chief pressed him, blaming it on an anomaly he didn't understand. This would definitely make the chief suspicious, but Mr. the Hanging Man and Miss Justice of the Spectator Pathway said that he wouldn't ask about such matters. My abnormal behavior would instead make him think more highly of me, treating me as a pawn to balance Elder Lovia. The world outside is really complicated. I've only recently been able to truly understand their train of thought. Derek couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In such a harsh environment, the City of Silver would be in more danger with every bit of strength they lost. In the past, such incidents rarely happened. Even if there were, they were mostly concentrated within the 6-member council. The first thing the other Beyonders learned from their patrols and adventures was cooperation. Colin nodded slightly and walked to the altar. He repeated all the attempts that Derek had described, but he didn't vanish into thin air. He remained standing in his spot. From the looks of it, the remnant power has already completed its mission, the demon hunter muttered to himself. There's no need for me to fabricate a reason, Derek thought in shame. Colin thought for a moment and turned to look at Derek. What are the titles of Medici and Sasser? Red Angel and Dark Angel. Derek didn't hide the truth. Colin nodded gently as though he was in thought. In a small number of books there's mention of the Red Angel, but there's no specific name. As for Dark Angel Sasser, he has completely disappeared in the long history. Derek was just about to take the opportunity to ask about the remaining kings of angels when he suddenly saw the candlelight at the basement's entrance dim, as though a shadow was surging in from outside. Let's leave this place first. Demon Hunter Colin also sensed something and said cautiously. With Axe of Hurricane in hand, Derek immediately approached Hyam and Joshua, hoping to form a combat formation with them. However, just as he took a step forward, he discovered that Hyam had retreated 2 meters to the side. Joshua had raised his scarlet-gloved left palm. Both of them wore unconcealable wariness as their eyes sized him up. Derek knew that their reactions were very normal. This was because exploration-related courses had the corresponding teachings. Observe more and avoid contact with companions who have just escaped a strange situation. And I still have no way of explaining how I escaped that strange afternoon town. Derek opened his mouth to explain, but he silently shut it. He was ashamed and aggrieved as he tightly pursed his lips. With axe of hurricane in hand, he turned around and followed the chief out of the basement. The quartet quickly came to the door and prepared to leave, but they were surprised to see that the grayish afternoon town outside seemed to darken a little. Almost instantaneously, candlelight after candlelight shone out from different windows in different houses. The dim yellow light was either separated or connected. It was quiet and silent. Klein didn't stay above the gray fog for too long as he quickly returned to the washroom and put away the corresponding items. I hope nothing happens to little Sunday otherwise. It wouldn't be good to frequently enter and exit the washroom. Those in the know would know that it's a secret, but those who don't might think that German Sparrow has a prostate problem. This is ruining his persona. Although I've completely digested the faceless potion, Nimblewright Master Rosago also advanced one sequence at a time. The Beyonder characteristic he left behind definitely contains a portion of the faceless potion. Using this Beyonder characteristic as the main ingredient is equivalent to me drinking an extra bottle of faceless, a bottle of magicians, a bottle of clown, a bottle of seer, or even more psi. I should try my best to abide by the rules I previously summarized so as to digest the excess ingredient. Klein made some water and washed his face before walking out of the washroom. Just as he was wondering if it was dinner time and was about to take out his golden pocket watch to take a look, his vision suddenly darkened. He couldn't even see his fingers. It's night again. The intervals are very irregular. If I were to encounter a monster and both parties are engaged in an intense battle, what would I do when the sky turns dark? Monsters are also living beings, so they should sleep as well. Otherwise, there's a high chance that they'll disappear into the night. Heh, both parties would lie down while fighting, sleep, and then continue after waking up. Isn't this an indescribable story from the neck down? After successfully advancing, Klein, who was in a relatively relaxed mood, lampooned and quickly walked to his bed. Just as he lay down, he suddenly thought of a problem. The night here is very dangerous. If living beings don't sleep, they'll disappear completely. The darkness in the forsaken land of the gods, including the City of Silver, is also very dangerous. If humans don't have light to dispel the darkness, they might disappear completely after 5 seconds. It's very similar. Is there a connection? Klein shook his head and entered a dream with the help of cogitation. In the dream, just as he woke up, he realized that his location had changed again. The last time he left the dream, he was on the boulder where Admiral of Stars Katlia was hugging her knees. Now, he was at the foot of a staircase. The light of dusk shone through the stained glass high above, making the black staircase that spiraled downwards that was covered with relief sculptures appear extremely gorgeous. Klein instinctively looked to his side and indeed, he saw Queen Mystic standing at the staircase that led to the upper level. This chestnut-haired lady was no longer wearing the dress that had a slit at the bottom. She was wearing a white shirt with lace and ribbons, paired with a simple dark blue coat. She was still wearing beige trousers and black leather boot. However, Klein believed that Queen Mystic's trousers and leather boots could be found in a row, a wardrobe, or even a room. "What's the matter?" Klein rushed to ask. Queen Mystic stroked the staircase with her right hand as she slowly walked down. "Confidence is sometimes a flaw. I trusted that copper whistle and that paper crane too much. Perhaps one day great danger will befall me because of this." Klein felt a little uneasy, but he didn't show it. "I don't understand what you mean." "Confidence is sometimes a flaw," Queen Mystic repeated. Katlia trusted the sealed artifact she gave Heath Doyle too much. If I hadn't boarded the ship, Nina would have died. Frank Lee would have died. She would have died as well. There's only a chance of survival. That sealed artifact actually can't isolate the ravings that fill these waters? That's why Heath Doyle mutated? Klein acutely understood the hidden meaning behind Queen Mystic's words. Queen Mystic nodded. "Under normal circumstances, it can, but do you know who the ravings that fill these waters come from?" Without waiting for Klein's reply, she gave her answer. The true creator. Chapter 682. First, let's talk about the most important thing. Happy birthday to the evil god, Little Ku. My birth date, month, and day, 127, was something I came up with when I was flipping through materials to learn about spiritual mathematics. I first looked for the meaning I needed, and then deduced the numbers. In short, I spent a lot of energy on it, so much so that other people were too lazy to set their birthdays. So, Little Ku, don't let me down. Next, let's talk about the second most important thing. I said in December or November that if I want to fight for the rankings, I hope that I won't bring too much pressure to everyone. We can just eat hot pot and sing and get first place. Now it seems like we have such a chance. This month, I secretly looked around. It seems like no one wants to fight for the rankings, and we have been ranked first all the time. Moreover, we are almost at 10,000 subscriptions, and the average subscriptions is more than 50,000. Among all the serialized works on Qidian, we should be in the top few. It can be considered a very solid foundation. Previously, the two conditions for Little Ku's birthday party seemed so difficult, but we only used 1.5 days to achieve them. So, I want to fight for first place this time. Everyone, please vote for me. However, I still say the same thing. Everyone, just do your best within your own capabilities. Don't burden your own lives. I won't discriminate against any readers because of this. I like friends who give me monthly subscriptions and monthly subscriptions. I also like those who subscribe and comment. My wife always says that after I finish updating every day, I would be scrolling through my phone with a smile on my face. Those who know would know that I'm reading the comments section, but those who don't know would think that I'm talking about a mistress. Everyone's comments and lame jokes are the source of my happiness and my motivation to write. However, there are more and more comments now, and I can't frequently scroll through them. Otherwise, I won't have time to write. I can only force myself to scroll through them twice a day. Finally, since I want to fight for first place, I have to show off. I estimated my ability and chose a low difficulty one. 20,000 monthly votes and 1 chapter. Everyone, look, it's not far from the first chapter. Finally, I beg for monthly votes very seriously. Chapter 683. The True Creator? The ravings that fill these waters come from the true Creator? Upon hearing Queen Mystic's answer, Klein was surprised, but he was also glad. He was glad that it was just as Queen Mystic had said. If she hadn't boarded the ship, even with the sealed artifact that reduced his hearing, it would have been difficult for Heath Doyle not to mutate to low and mid-sequence beyonders of other pathways. If they didn't directly hear the true Creator's ravings, they would at most feel depressed or irritable. They would occasionally have nightmares, but they wouldn't suffer any obvious damage. But to a Rose Bishop, the sequence 0 of his pathway was the true Creator. He had been immersed in the ravings of this evil god, so even if he was deaf, it was only a matter of time before he suffered a problem. Once Heath Doyle went crazy or lost control, with the uniqueness of these waters, it would be difficult for the others on the ship to survive. However, Klein believed that as long as he could survive the surprise attack, he would have a chance to pray to the Fool and respond with the sea god's scepter above the gray fog. He would still be able to resolve the problem. What surprised him was that the owner of the ravings completely contradicted his guesses. He originally believed that these waters were a battlefield between the second epoch's ancient gods and the Creator worshipped by the City of Silver. He suspected that the subsidiary deities, which were the corresponding angels, were also involved. To his surprise, this seemed to be wrong from the start. This was because the true Creator's earliest appearance was around the cataclysm of the Third Epoch. I can't eliminate the possibility that the ravings were left behind later on. Klein didn't blindly make a judgment as he watched Queen Mystic walk past him, caress the sculpture on the armrest, and slowly descend. This lady's back was tall, and she had an excellent figure. Her chestnut hair was draped over her shoulders in a simple manner. This made Klein feel a baffling sense of familiarity. After recalling the incident involving Queen Mystic, he finally recalled the source of the sense of familiarity. When he visited the Roselle Memorial Exhibition in search of the card of blasphemy, he had seen a similar back. Back then, the back was dressed rather strangely. She was clearly wearing a girlish yellow cake dress, but she was wearing a rather old-fashioned black bonnet. It should be Queen Mystic. She also visited the Roselle Memorial Exhibition in advance. Back then, she was looking at the foundational education textbooks that the Emperor had improved for his children, the chess and building blocks he invented. She was certain that I took the Dark Emperor card. The Emperor's eldest daughter, Bernadette, created the element dawn to resist the Moses ascetic order. And from the diary, this lady admires the maxim of do as you please, but do no harm. Therefore, from these 2 points, it can be inferred that she's likely a demigod of the mystery prior pathway. Sequence 4 of a mystery prior is mysticologist. Queen Mystic. Of course, Queen Mystic's reputation has spread across the seas for centuries. She's definitely not just sequence 4. Yes, after Catlia left Queen Mystic, she joined the Moses ascetic order. The Queen is very concerned about whether she can decipher Roselle's diary. When all kinds of fragmented information were interwoven together, Klein suddenly had a guess. Perhaps Queen Mystic is Roselle the Great's eldest daughter, Bernadette Gustave. This might explain why this queen's dressing style is Earth style, but it's rather strange. She's deeply influenced by the Emperor's preferences in this aspect, but she's unable to completely break away from the trends of the current era. Therefore, she has a unique and strange style. As for whether she looks good or not, that's another matter. A beautiful person looks good wearing a gunny sack. It's also fashionable. Klein lampooned inwardly, but he remained silent and restrained on the surface. He unhurriedly followed Queen Mystic down the beautiful staircase. Queen Mystic didn't turn back as she said, "This world of dreams isn't vast. It only has 2 parts. One is the projection of the giant king's court on the opposite mountain, and the other is the black cloister here." Giant King's Court? The magnificent buildings that stood in the frozen dusk surfaced in Klein's mind. This was actually the projection of the giant king's court. As for Little Sun and company, they were at the entrance to the real giant king's court, Afternoon Town. Queen Mystic said in a gentle but emotionless tone, "That's my guess. It's because it's very similar to Faysac's Great Twilight Hall." And in the 4th epoch, there were always rumors that the god of combat was an ancient giant that survived before the cataclysm. The god of combat pathway is the giant pathway. Klein agreed with Queen Mystic's guess. At this moment, he recalled that in the mythical information provided by Little Sun, the description of the giant king's court included the phrase, "forever at dusk." This matched the characteristics of the spectacle on the opposite mountain peak. From the true creator to the current giant king's court, the Queen has revealed 2 pieces of extremely valuable information. She's expressing her goodwill to me, no, to the person behind me. "Heh, I'm the only one behind me." Klein calmly replied, "That's right. The real giant king's court is in the forsaken land of the gods." He mentioned this matter in a nonchalant tone to highlight his value and the status of the person behind him. Queen Mystic stopped in her spot as she pressed her right palm on the armrest that was covered with beautiful sculptures. She half-turned her body and looked at German Sparrow. "Rumor has it that the path to the forsaken land of the gods is hidden on the opposite mountain peak, hidden in the projection of the giant king's court. So, Little Sun and company have begun exploring Afternoon Town? Didn't Jack and Little Jack say that they appeared by the sea? The giant king's court and the giant king's court's projection each have switches that have to be switched on ahead of time to connect the 2 seas? This place is filled with the ravings of the true creator, and it also hides the secret of the forsaken land of the gods. There are remnants of the Evernight, Sun, Storm, Earth, and Spectator pathways powers. This seems to correspond to the cataclysm. After the cataclysm, the forsaken land of the gods was isolated from the outside world. The goddess, the eternal blazing sun, the Lord of storms and Earth Mother saved the world, and the true Creator appeared. Only the spectator pathway's imaginary manifestation doesn't match. Klein began speculating based on the information he currently had. Queen Mystic continued descending and said, "That's right. This black monastery doesn't look big, but every building and every floor represents a different place in this sea. Behind every door might be the dream of a living being. Is that so?" Klein glanced at the staircase railings and found that the sculptures were mainly human heads. At first glance they looked gorgeous, but at a closer look they looked terrifying. Whose dream does this staircase belong to? An immortal of the charismatic order. He came here to search for the traces left behind by the death of the past. This is one of the necessary elements of the artificial death, but he lost control in his ravings. He has been wandering an underwater ruin forever, turning every adventurer who dares to enter into his zombie, Queen Mystic explained calmly. Death is involved in the battle of the gods that happened here? It's no wonder Admiral Hell would venture into these waters from time to time. Klein was instantly enlightened. He wasn't shocked by the matter of artificial death, because he had previously heard Demoness of Unaging, Katarina Pell, mention it. Furthermore, the charismatic order was still far from succeeding. At this moment, Queen Mystic had just finished walking down the staircase and turned back to glance at him. Right on the heels of that, the lady turned into the corridor and entered the building. Klein surveyed his surroundings and realized that there were no more staircases that led downwards. This seemed to be the bottom level. Queen Mystic stopped in front of a black wooden door that was covered in strange patterns. She reached out to grab the handle. She reached out to hold the handle and said, "I've always suspected that the dream inside is the key to supporting the existence of this place. The remnant powers of the Evernight only provide the possibility of such development." As she spoke, she twisted the handle and opened the door. The black door slowly retreated. Inside wasn't the room that Klein had imagined, but a sea. The sea was illuminated by blinding sunlight as the waves seemed to have large swaths of rich gold. As the door opened, Klein felt an unimaginably intense aura seep out. The entire building began to tremble as the dust above and the stone bricks on the walls fell one after another. Vaguely, Klein had a premonition that the dream was about to shatter. At this moment, Queen Mystic pulled back her right hand and closed the black wooden door tightly. Everything returned to normal. "Even I wouldn't dare enter this place," said the mysterious figure of the world. "There are still remnant dreams left behind by certain deities here," Klein said calmly, as though he had someone backing him and had long grasped a certain part of the situation. Queen Mystic turned around as her blue eyes swept across German Sparrow's face. "These waters and this black cloister hide many secrets. I might not even know 1% of them." She didn't say another word as she silently looked at German Sparrow, as though she was waiting for something. "So stressful." Klein thought for a moment and said tentatively, "Do you know what the incantation to activate the Dark Emperor card is?" Queen Mystic was silent for a few seconds before she shook her head. Klein looked into her eyes and said, "Bernadette." The entire corridor was so silent that there wasn't even the sound of breathing. Queen Mystic's lips moved before closing again. Her blue eyes lost focus for a moment, but quickly regained their depth. Queen Mystic turned around unhurriedly and walked to the black staircase. "The dream is about to end." Klein watched her back as she walked up the black staircase step by step, until the blinding light drowned out the entire scene. Afternoon town. Seeing the candles lighting up one after another in the houses outside, the silent city suddenly came to life. Derek and the others felt as though they had fallen into a nightmare as their nerves tensed up. Demon Hunter Colin took a few glances and said solemnly, "I'm not sure. We are in the real world. The altar's power is leaking out. P.S. Update first, then make changes. That's fast. I just woke up to find out that I need to update. I have to go exercise this afternoon. I've been fishing for a week now." Tomorrow, 3 chapters, 12:30 a.m., 7 o'clock p.m., and 12 o'clock p.m. Come on, vote for me, spur me on to write more chapters. Chapter 684. That strange afternoon town invaded the real afternoon town? Derek vaguely understood the chief's words and had a rough guess as to the reason for this. He suspected that when Mr. Fool pulled him out of the strange afternoon town, he had broken the balance there, allowing his powers to seep out. This also explained why Demon Hunter Colin Iliad didn't vanish on the spot after repeating his attempt. Just as Derek was thinking about what kind of changes this would bring, the 6-member council's chief, Colin, had already taken out a handful of shimmering dust from a hidden compartment on his belt and scattered it into the air. The dust suddenly exploded, spewing out a silvery white light, which was exceptionally obvious in the dark gray environment. Derek, Joshua, and Chaim knew very well what the signal meant. It was to not run around and to stay where they were. They were to be wary of any incoming enemies and await reinforcements. Without a doubt, it was targeted at the exploration teams scattered all over Afternoon Town. Demon Hunter Colin released 3 consecutive signals during the interval between the lightning bolt. Then, he turned to the side and said to Derek and company, "We'll meet up with them from near to far. Be careful on the road." "Yes, Chief." Derek had already forgotten about the grievance he had felt just now. He only hoped to help his companions as soon as possible. According to Colin's instructions, he walked on the left side of the team. On the other side was the red-gloved, iron-black sword-wielding Joshua. The relatively stronger Dawn Paladin, Chaim, was at the back, about 3 steps away from the demon hunter in front of him. High up in the sky, lightning flashed at a relatively high frequency. The gloomy afternoon town was sometimes bright and sometimes dark. The candlelight reflected in the windows swayed back and forth. It was peaceful and quiet. Derek was no longer the rookie from before. Although he was nervous, his palm that held the axe of Hurricane didn't sweat. His gaze moved back and forth in a practiced manner, guarding against any monsters that might suddenly jump out from the buildings on both sides. After a flash of lightning, the world returned to darkness. The candles in Afternoon Town flickered like stars, as if they were waiting for travelers who needed a place to stay. As for the animal hide lantern in Chaim's hand, it emitted a dim yellow light, but it couldn't reach far. It wasn't as effective as Derek's night vision. Its only use seemed to be to disperse the thick darkness around it. At that moment, Derek suddenly felt a chill on his neck, but there wasn't any cold wind around him. He subconsciously didn't turn around. Instead, he took a step to the side, turned his body halfway, and looked behind him out of the corner of his eye. He saw Chaim, who was nearly 2-3 meters tall, stare at him with a gloomy expression as he cleaved down with his large and broad sword. Bang! Derek rolled and dodged the attack, his ears still ringing with the intense sound of the wind. Then, he heard the chief's voice. "What happened?" "Chaim attacked me." Derek rolled towards Demon Hunter Colin and stood up. "Me?" Chaim held an animal hide lantern in one hand and a large straight sword in the other as he asked in puzzlement. Colin glanced at Derek. I didn't sense any unusual movements from him. As he spoke, 2 dark green symbols appeared in the demon hunter's eyes. He looked around and said, "The attacker can transform into Chaim's appearance?" Before he finished speaking, the silver sword in his right hand suddenly stabbed backwards. Amidst the silent collision, a figure appeared in the dark and gloomy environment. He had disheveled white hair, deep wrinkles, and pale blue eyes that were filled with the vicissitudes of life. In his hand was a silver sword smeared with light gray ointment. He looked almost identical to Demon Hunter Colin. The only difference was that his expression was gloomy and his skin was dark. 2 silver swords clashed in midair, producing sparks. At the same time, Colin Iliad shouted in a deep voice, "Light! Light!" Derek instinctively raised his hands and held them in front of his mouth and nose. At that instant, he discovered 3 figures running out from the darkness around him. One of them was the tall and muscular Chaim, the other was the scarlet-gloved Joshua, and the last was the rather tall Derek, who still had traces of childishness on his face. Derek didn't panic. According to the chief's instructions, he released a rather clear luster from his body. The 3 figures seemed to be afraid of this. As they raised their palms to block their faces, they attempted to flee to the side. However, how could their speed be faster than light? The clear luster illuminated the surrounding area, completely drowning the 3 figures. They opened their mouths and let out a silent scream, but it quickly faded away. The light surged, enveloping the 2 demon hunters who were engaged in an intense battle in a bright domain. One of them immediately stiffened and slowed down before losing its color and turning completely black. The silver sword smeared with light gray ointment pierced through the monster, but it seemed to stab into invisible air, failing to cause any damage. At this moment, the dark monster suddenly ignited, splitting into distorted shadows that melted inch by inch amidst the light and flames. Demon Hunter Colin retracted his silver sword and turned his head to look at Derek and company. The monsters this time are our own shadows. Their weakness is the bright light. As he spoke, the chief of the 6-member council emitted the pure and holy light of dawn, illuminating the entire street as though it was dawn. This was a beyonder power that could be obtained at the Dawn Paladin stage of the warrior pathway. The reason why Demon Hunter Colin didn't use it in the beginning was because the effects were too obvious. He didn't know what accidents would happen. Now, he knew the weakness of the monsters in Afternoon Town. The light of dawn created by the chief was like a domain. Chaim gave up on using similar beyonder powers and continued holding the animal hide lantern. Together with Derek and Joshua, he followed behind Colin Iliad and turned into another street. Before long, the group of 4 arrived at a half-collapsed cathedral. The cathedral originally had a tall tower, and the entire structure was made of classical stone columns and brick arches. It was heavy and dark. After passing through the door that even giants found too wide, Derek and company followed the chief and came to the prayer hall. They saw that the statue had been destroyed, but the candle on the altar had been lit by someone. In front of the altar, a figure in a simple white robe was prostrating there, praying softly in a manner that no one could hear. "It's not one of us." Chaim, who also had night vision, was the tallest, so he was the first to notice the abnormality. "This means that it's not a monster transformed from one of our team members' shadows." Derek helped Chaim to voice out the hidden meaning. And this meant the unknown, and the unknown often meant extreme danger. There should have been an exploratory team here. Colin converged the range of his light of dawn to prevent himself from agitating the white-robed figure. Chaim, Joshua, and Derek suddenly fell silent. In such a situation, the fact that the exploratory team didn't appear immediately meant that the outcome wasn't good. As their thoughts raced, 2 men in tight-fitting black clothes walked out from the door on the right side of the hall. They were 2 of the members of the cathedral's exploratory team. "Chief, there's something wrong with those shadows. Laloa has been devoured by his own shadow." One of the exploratory team members swept his gaze to Demon Hunter Colin as he immediately said in excitement and fear, "Has someone already been sacrificed?" While Derek's heart was heavy, he saw the scattered light of dawn spread out, enveloping the 2 exploratory team members. The 2 team members' expressions suddenly turned ferocious as their bodies rapidly dimmed. In just 2 seconds, they were like shadows that had been illuminated, completely vanishing. Pop, pop, pop. White bones and lumps of flesh and blood fell from their bodies, smashing to the ground. Specks of light slowly seeped out from the wreckage. Colin retracted his gaze and said expressionlessly, "Let's go to the clergy first and listen to what it's praying for." Derek and company nodded in silence as they walked towards the collapsed statue. After about 10 steps, they saw the white-robed figure from the side. It was a middle-aged man with deep facial features who was crying. The ecclesiastic's face was almost plastered to the ground as he muttered to himself, "Almighty Lord, I repent. Almighty Lord, I repent. I tempted Sasra, and the princes frequently came to the palace belonging to Dusk to plot. The people of this town have changed at some point in time. They set up secret altars, held strange rituals, and did all sorts of things that you forbid. I discovered all of this, but it was already too late. Depravity, blood, darkness, rot, murder, filth, and shadows have already drowned this land. A great calamity will begin from here." These words were repeated over and over again, like a prophet using a low voice to narrate the tragic ending that was bound to come. A great calamity will begin from here? The abandonment of this land by the Lord that created everything began from here? Also, who tempted dark angel Sasra? This ecclesiastic should have said it, because after the sentence, "I repent," there's a gap that can be used to say a name. He originally said it, but the name disappeared by itself? Who erased it? This ecclesiastic should have been in that strange afternoon town before appearing here after the balance was broken. Otherwise, he would have been discovered during the previous exploration. Many thoughts flashed through Derek's mind. At this moment, he saw the chief take a step forward and walk to the side of the simple white-robed ecclesiastic. Klein woke up from his dream as he closed his eyes from the piercing midday sunlight that shone in from the window. He got out of bed and unhurriedly arrived at the pirates' dining hall. When Frank Lee saw him arrive, he immediately waved at him. "Gehrman, I discovered something new. F***CK, what the hell is it this time?" Klein's heart immediately leapt up. "Your new invention?" "No, it's not." Frank shook his head excitedly. "I originally wanted to study the fish in these waters. They should be able to dream. I tried to fish just now, but I caught something strange. P.S. First update seeking monthly votes. Chapter 685. Something strange? Klein felt a headache coming on, but he maintained his composure. "What is it?" "A fish with human fingers growing out of its stomach." Without waiting for German Sparrow's response, Frank rushed out of the restaurant. Before long, he ran back with a bluish-black strange fish in his hand. The fish was ordinary in length, and it had eyelids like a human's. Its abdomen had been sliced open, and 3 bloody fingers could be seen stuffed inside. "I didn't put them there. They were there to begin with. Look at its mouth. There's a high chance that it won't eat such things, so they can only be grown by itself. Of course, I'm unable to figure out what the long fingers do to it at the moment," Frank quickly explained his judgment. Klein glanced at the fish and deliberated before saying, "That's right. It might have been stuffed in by someone else." "That makes sense. Then, it wouldn't be the most unique fish." Frank was taken aback for a second, feeling a little disappointed. Fingers are considered flesh and blood. "I'll ask Heath. He's an expert in this field." As he spoke, he surveyed the area and found Heath Doyle, who was eating in a corner. Frank quickly approached and placed the bluish-black fish in front of Bloodless. Heath Doyle reached out his hands and pressed down on the fish's body, just as he was about to stick his face to it. When Frank saw this scene, he had a baffling feeling that something was amiss. He quickly reacted and laughed. "No, this isn't food for you. You've been eating fish all this time, and you're starting to smell fishy. What I mean is, do you recognize the fingers in the fish's stomach? Can you find its original owner?" Heath Doyle stopped leaning down and seriously observed it for a few seconds. "They belong to a rose bishop, or at least a rose bishop." He took out the 3 fingers and stacked them together, dripping with blood. After a brief moment of congealing, the fingers melted like candles, turning into a pool of sticky flesh and blood. The flesh and blood squirmed, drawing a bright red word on the dining table. "Help! A rose bishop's finger! Help!" Upon seeing this scene, Klein, who was standing beside him, instantly made the connection. He recalled the Saint of Darkness Leomaster in the world of dreams. This Aurora Order saint had been affected by the remnant powers of an angel or deity of the spectator pathway in a certain ruin. He had split off a good personality and was trapped there. His good and evil personalities were constantly fighting each other, often at the mental level. The dark personality gradually gained the upper hand, and the good personality could only hide in the mind world and seek help. Therefore, this is an attempt by Leomaster's good personality to seek help? As a saint of the Aurora Order, he might have advanced from a shepherd. It's not strange for him to have the beyonder powers of a rose bishop. Klein nodded in thought, feeling that his judgment was very close to the truth. Help? How? Frank Lee tilted his head and looked at the German sparrow blankly. You should ask your captain, not me. Klein shook his head. Don't bother. There are too many oddities in these waters. The basis of his opinion was that he could tell from the dream that Leomaster's main personality had the absolute advantage. If he really wanted to save him, he had to be prepared to deal with a demigod. Although the good personality would definitely interfere, it would at most reduce the Saint of Darkness's strength to a certain extent. However, he was still a demigod. Of course, the future had Queen Mystic backing him up. It wasn't impossible to make an attempt, but if it was that easy to save him, easily turning Leomaster into a good Saint of Darkness, Klein believed that Queen Mystic would have long done it. The reason why she didn't take action was definitely because there were obstacles in the real world. For example, the place where Leomaster is, the power that causes a living being to have a split personality is something that even Queen Mystic doesn't dare challenge. Leomaster's dream only restored a tiny bit of it, but it nearly put me in a difficult situation. Finally, I used the Sea God Scepter to quickly resolve the problem. If I were to encounter him again in the real world, I would really have a split personality and become a member of a mental asylum. I have to think of a way to borrow the mental terror candle from Father Utravsky to have any hope of being cured. I can also get Miss Justice to treat me, but her present strength is definitely insufficient, Klein recalled as he made a self-deprecating remark. Yes. Frank Lee trusted the German sparrow a lot. Perhaps the fellow who sought help is long dead. Having said that, his eyes suddenly lit up as he stared at Heath Doyle. Can you remove the original mental imprint of this flesh and blood? Yes, Heath Doyle replied succinctly. The corners of Frank Lee's mouth widened bit by bit as he smiled like a 200-pound child. I've always been curious about the composition of a rose bishop's flesh and blood. I've always wondered what would happen if similar flesh and blood were used as a medium for hybridization. One day you'll die in your experiments. Thankfully, I'll be leaving this ship soon. For some baffling reason, Klein had the feeling that he was a brat who had entered an armory. Heath Doyle, whose face was so pale that it was nearly translucent, was taken aback for 2 seconds. Following that, he sincerely said, "Thank you." What do you mean? Frank Lee scratched his head with a blank look. He's probably thanking you for restraining your curiosity and not using his flesh and blood as an experimental subject. He's a trustworthy companion. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he attempted to interpret it. He increasingly felt that the first mate and second mate of the future had extremely odd brain circuit. Afternoon town, inside a half-collapsed cathedral. Demon Hunter Collins stood beside an ecclesiastic dressed in a simple white robe and asked softly, "Who are the kings? What do you mean by a huge calamity? Who tempted Sasra? Who tempted Sasra?" The ecclesiastic didn't seem to hear him as he continued prostrating there, repeating his repentance over and over again. It was as though he was an illusory image left behind by the environment. Wraith, specter, or evil spirit. Derek looked in that direction nervously. Seeing that the ecclesiastic didn't respond at all, Colin extended his right hand, allowing the silver sword smeared with light gray ointment to approach him inch by inch. But even with the sharp tip of the sword pressed against the back of his head, the ecclesiastic continued his repentance without any changes. Colin Iliad retracted his silver sword as his eyes suffused dark green symbols as he surveyed the area. Then, he walked to the altar diagonally ahead as his gaze landed on the candles that emitted a faint yellow glow. After a few seconds of silence, he extended his left palm and extinguished all the candles. The collapsed statue in the middle of the altar instantly dimmed as the white-robed man prostrating on the ground finally stopped his repentance. He slowly raised his head, his face dark green as his eyes were filled with hatred. Before Derek, Hyam, and company could react, the devout ecclesiastic had already pounced forward. He was so fast that he left behind an obvious afterimage. Demon Hunter Colin seemed to be prepared as he took a diagonal step with his right foot and turned his body halfway. The silver sword in his hand whistled as it swept backwards. Above the sword, spots of light soared, instantly forming a huge storm. This storm formed purely from light swept the surroundings, causing the ecclesiastic to freeze in midair before he was completely engulfed. The storm quickly ended. Demon Hunter Colin looked at the ecclesiastic, whose body had been infused by the light of dawn, and repeated his question. Who are the kings? What is the kings referring to? Who tempted Sasra? The ecclesiastic, whose figure was already extremely blurry, replied in a daze. The kings are Sasra, Ouroboros, Medici. Just as he was about to say the fourth name, a transparent flame suddenly burst out from his body. The flame instantly engulfed him, burning him into a black gas. So, king refers to the king of angels. Who's the fourth name? Why did he self-destruct just as he was about to say it? Is it the one who tempted Sasra, or is it someone else? Derek felt his mind filled with questions. With the death of the ecclesiastic, the streets outside and all of Afternoon Town suddenly sounded one roar after another that sounded like that of a wild beast. Derek subconsciously looked to the window and saw a huge face. It was stuck to the spot that was originally glass. It had a unique single eye, and its face was covered in dense black short fur. Tap, tap, tap. A similar monster rushed out of the cathedral. Its height was that of a normal human's, and it had 2 eyes. However, its body was also covered in short black fur that resembled a wild beast's. A fallen town that has been completely corrupted. Demon Hunter Colin sighed as he faced one of the monsters. Derek, Hyam, and Joshua also formed a battle formation in an attempt to fend off the remaining monster. The future cruised peacefully as it once again welcomed a short period of night. After Klein arrived in the world of dreams, he realized that he had returned to his previous spot, beside Admiral of Stars Katlia. He was just about to look at the projection of the giant king's court on the opposite mountain to search for possible clues when he suddenly heard Katlia, who was hugging her knees, ask in a muffled voice, "Did you meet her?" Klein tersely acknowledged and didn't hide the truth. Katlia pursed her lip. "She's on the ship?" "Yes." Klein turned his head to look at Admiral of Stars and casually said, "You seem to have deep feelings for her." Katlia's expression was no longer lost and sluggish. She bit her lips and laughed in a self-deprecating manner. "That's right. I was by her side before I was 3. Heh, that's what they said. I no longer have any concrete impressions of her. She taught me knowledge, held my hand, and took risks. She watched me grow up bit by bit. To me, she's both a captain, a teacher, and a mother." As Katlia spoke, she suddenly fell silent. P.S. Seeking monthly votes for the 2nd chapter. There will be additional chapters at midnight. Chapter 686. Glancing at the silent Katlia, Klein suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He didn't say another word as he turned around and jumped off the boulder, walking into the black cloister through the half-open door. In the square surrounded by the dark tower and buildings, there were still a few piles of remnant flames from the battle. Gigantic arrows were stabbed into the ground, their tails swaying gently in the wind. Frank Lee was still digging a hole to plant something, but what was placed by his feet was no longer food, but a pool of flesh that resembled mud. As he passed by, Klein couldn't help but ask, What experiments do you plan on using them for? Frank smiled excitedly. A lot. For example, a cow that can satisfy the meat requirements of the entire ship. Every time a portion is cut off, it will regrow. Why is it a cow again? Klein was momentarily at a loss for words. All he could do was silently draw the crimson moon in his heart. He passed by Navigator Odilov, who was reading a book on the ground, Nina, who was drunk to the point of taking off her clothes, and Heathdahl, who was quietly hiding in the shadows in a corner. Klein walked into the hall that was covered in all kinds of murals. At some point in time, Anderson and Hood had conjured a reclining chair, and he was leisurely lying on it, admiring the extremely religious and sacred paintings on the dome. Sigh, I'm finally leaving these darn waters. It's only going to be 2 or 3 times before noon and night change. Upon seeing Gehrman's sparrow enter, the strongest hunter sighed from the bottom of his heart. As long as I can successfully leave this place, I won't have to worry about any lingering problems. Klein originally wanted to shut him up, but when he heard that he was only targeting himself and didn't involve anyone else, he couldn't be bothered. He casually asked, "Are you Intis?" "I guess so. My father is Intis and my mother is Siegel," Anderson replied in a chatty manner. Klein took a few steps forward. "Then, do you believe in the eternal blazing sun, the god of steam and machinery, or the god of knowledge and wisdom?" Anderson's expression suddenly became a little strange. "I originally believed in the god of knowledge and wisdom, but their priests were too despicable. Just because I didn't pass the exam, they ignored my ordinary handsome face and looked at me like I was an idiot. Pooey. I'm just a little biased, but my intelligence isn't low at all. I've always been outstanding in terms of art knowledge, painting foundation, and other fields. Before I became a hunter, my dream was to be an artist. Of course, after coming to the sea, I will more or less believe in the Lord of Storms." Upon hearing Anderson's description, a joke suddenly came to Klein's mind. A priest of the god of knowledge and wisdom might say something like this: "Failed the exam? This child can't be saved. Let's bury him." He was just about to direct the topic to Anderson's hunter career. After all, he was the only person in the world of dreams who could communicate with him, normally apart from Queen Mystic, when he suddenly heard the door open. From the depths of the Hall of Murals came the sound of a door opening. "That fellow, Anderson, just said that as long as I can successfully leave this place." Klein felt a baffling headache as he focused his gaze towards the source of the sound. Following that, he saw a man in a short linen robe rush out from the depths of the Hall of Murals at an extremely fast speed, heading straight for him. The man's hair was raven black and glossy, but his face was covered in wrinkles, as though he had experienced many hardships. The Saint of Darkness, Leo Master. The kind-hearted Leo Master. Klein recognized the man and immediately discovered a tall figure appear from the depths of the Hall of Murals. The figure was dressed in thick and heavy black armor. His eye sockets were 2 blobs of crimson light. He held a gigantic straight sword as he frantically chased after Leo Master. Clang, clang, clang. His metal boots continuously collided with the ground, producing a crisp and hurried sound. The real Leo Master. The Saint of Darkness's main persona. As Klein looked at the 2 approaching figures, he instinctively turned his body to the side and quickly retreated. He instantly pasted himself against the wall of the Hall of Murals before realizing that Anderson and Hood had leaped up from their reclining chairs at some point in time and had pasted themselves against another mural. Upon sensing Gehrman Sparrow's gaze, Anderson grinned and replied with a smile that said, "So you're the same as me." "Who's the same as you?" "I'm not being cowardly. If you weren't here, I would have taken out the sea god's scepter and fought the Saint of Darkness for 800 rounds. I've always been thinking, if I were to help the kind-hearted Leo Master kill the main persona in his dream, would there be any corresponding changes in the real world? There's the people on the future outside. If Leo Master's main persona really goes crazy, Queen Mystic will definitely take action. It shouldn't be a coincidence for these two fellows to leave their dreams and come here. Both parties are already very close to each other in the real world? Or is there someone guiding the kind-hearted Leo Master over? Queen Mystic? Many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind. Leo Master, who was dressed in a short linen robe, saw the two people in front of him. He originally wanted to shout for help, but in the blink of an eye, he realized that the two of them had flashed to the sides of the hall, as though they didn't see or care about anything. He ran with all his might and rushed out of the Hall of Murals. The redness in Leo Master's eyes deepened as he chased after them. He completely ignored Klein and Anderson, who were pasted to the two sides of the mural. After they left the hall, Klein, who had some guesses, didn't hesitate to take a step forward and follow behind them as fast as a cheetah. Anderson raised his right hand and grabbed at the air, failing to stop Gehrman's sparrow in time. This fellow was still rather rational just a moment ago. Why did he suddenly go crazy? What problem did he discover? How curious! Anderson peeked his head out and looked at the square outside. After hesitating for a few seconds, he finally chose to follow. They chased all the way out of the Black Cloister and arrived at the region where Admiral of Stars was. Klein saw the linen-robed Leo Master circling around the boulder to avoid his main persona. He also took every opportunity to look at the giant King's Court projection on the opposite mountain peak. He prayed softly in ancient Hermes. The Lord that created everything, you are an adept. After circling once more, the kind-hearted Leo Master continued chanting, you are the source of all greatness. You are the source of all greatness. You are the beginning and the end. You are the God of gods, the ruler of the vast astral world. With the end of this honorific, the sea of clouds that separated the two mountain peaks suddenly trembled as they slowly parted to the left and right, revealing a bottomless and deep rift. The giant King's Court projection on the opposite side suddenly sucked the frozen dusk over from far away. However, nothing happened after that. Klein came to a general understanding as he turned his head to look at the building near the Black Cloister's entrance. He saw that behind a clean and bright floor-to-ceiling window, the beautiful but unapproachable Queen Mystic Bernadette was silently watching everything happening beneath her. Indeed, she was the one who made the kind-hearted Leo Master escape his dream and come here. Since the Aurora Order's listener can bring little Jack into the forsaken land of the gods, there's no reason why the Saint of Darkness can't do the same. When there's no path ahead and he sees the giant King's Court projection, Leo Master's split personality will definitely think of escaping in. Therefore, he demonstrated to the secret observer how to enter the forsaken land of the gods. Klein retracted his gaze with great certainty. As for the reason why the kind-hearted Leo Master didn't succeed, his judgment was, the location isn't right. I have to venture deep into these waters and find a specific spot surrounded by danger and oddities. Then, I can recite the honorific name of the City of Silver's creator in the dream brought by the night to open the hidden passageway of the giant King's Court projection. Then, with the help of a dream entry, he drove his body and ship through the fog of reality and illusion to arrive at the seaside of the forsaken land of the gods. Klein thought with some guesses. To him, how to enter the forsaken land of the gods wasn't a problem he cared too much about. As long as he was willing, he could advance to sequence 4 and truly possess a certain level of godhood. Then, he could get Little Sun to set up a descent or bestowment ritual and directly head over. However, if they could use this to deduce how to leave the forsaken land of the gods, it would definitely be a huge gain. The value of this to the City of Silver was immeasurable. From the looks of it, the key to leaving the forsaken land of the gods really lies inside the giant King's Court. However, there's no way to guess what it is exactly. As Klein's thoughts raced, pea vines rapidly grew out of the mud, instantly turning the area outside the Black Cloister into a green forest. It also forcefully separated the Saint of Darkness's main persona and the good persona. Then, through the gaps in the pea vines, Klein saw Admiral of Stars Catlia stand up on the boulder. She was no longer hugging her knees. Sizzle! Derek first rolled, then leaped up and cleaved at the giant's leg that was covered in short black hair. The silver lightning that had been stimulated fell out of thin air, causing the monster with the unique single eye to tremble and freeze on the spot. Derek didn't miss the opportunity as he immediately spread out his arms. Bright and pure holy light descended, enveloping the mutated giant. In such a bright light, the monster collapsed with a tragic cry as black fog emitted from its body. After a series of battles, Derek had already discovered that the monsters that had infiltrated the strange afternoon town were equally afraid of bright light, regardless of their characteristics. This experience prevented him from being injured, and it also saved the lives of more members of the expedition team. After a while, when Demon Hunter Colin finished off the strongest monster, Afternoon Town returned to silence. The lit candles had all been extinguished. The chief of the 6-member council surveyed the area and sighed. "Let's rest first before setting up camp." At this moment, the gathered expedition team had lost nearly a third of its members. There were only 6 of them. Colin Iliad's true goal was actually the Giant King's court, but his encounter in Afternoon Town made him realize that he couldn't be impatient in his exploration. This was because the Giant King's court might very well hide the deeper secrets of a calamity. There was unimaginable danger. Therefore, he needed half a year, or even 2 years of preparation and repeated explorations before he could attempt to open it. P.S. Third update, 20,000 monthly votes added. Requesting for more monthly votes. Chapter 687. The layers of pea vines that seemed to be able to weave a stairway to heaven fell one after another and retracted back into the soil. Be it the Saint of Darkness's main persona or the kind Leomaster, they had already vanished. Only Admiral of Stars Catlia stood on top of the boulder as she surveyed her surroundings in a daze. Queen Mystic threw Leomaster's main persona and good persona back into his dream? Or should I say, she pulled them somewhere else in an attempt to figure out the specific location of the forsaken land of the gods? These 2 personas can't be pulled into different dreams. Otherwise, Queen Mystic would have long been able to talk to the kind Leomaster alone, using the condition of helping him defeat the devil in exchange for the corresponding information. There's no need to go through so much trouble, of course, to really wipe out the Saint of Darkness's main persona. She might have to enter the dangerous ruins in the real world. Even Queen Mystic wouldn't dare to rashly attempt it. This is because it's very likely that an evil queen who does whatever she wants and loves to cause harm will appear. Klein turned his head in thought and looked at the building near the Black Cloister's entrance. He saw that behind the clean and bright floor-to-ceiling windows, the figure belonging to Bernadette had similarly vanished. Klein didn't attempt to seek out her whereabouts to understand if Queen Mystic had obtained more information from the kind Leomaster. This was because he remembered the core persona of Gehrman Sparrow. Mr. Fool's Blessed. An Admiral of Stars knew very well that in Mr. Fool's tarot gathering, Sun came from the City of Silver in the forsaken land of the gods. It was clearly unbelievable that Mr. Fool didn't know how to enter the forsaken land of the gods. Therefore, as a blessed, Gehrman Sparrow definitely lacked the motivation to probe deeper. Many things are really a result of persona. This is the flaw of a faceless. Klein retracted his gaze and looked at the projection of the Giant King's court on the opposite mountain peak. He saw that the condensed dusk was slowly returning to the horizon. On this mountain peak, the boulder remained standing. Admiral of Stars Catlia slowly sat down again and hugged her knees. Noon and night alternated 3 more times, but in reality, it was just 1 day in the outside world. The future circled around the dangerous ruins and dodged the latent dangers hidden in different spots of Anang Sea before finally returning to the vicinity of the entrance to these waters. Klein and the others once again saw the ruins that were half submerged by the seawater. They saw the gray stones and stone pillars that were stacked into peaks, and they saw the tall dome at the top. Earlier, they had heard loud and obvious panting sounds. Bloodless had even pointed out in pain that there was a corpse buried in the ruins, and that corpse was most likely the source of the panting. At that moment, the ruin that hid immense danger no longer brought fear to the crew of the future, but joy. This was because seeing it meant that they were about to escape the absurd and terrifying sea. There's a boat. It was unknown when Nina had climbed up to the high observation deck. She looked at the ruins and said loudly, "Boat?" Klein circled around Anderson and Hood, who were blocking his way, and approached the railing of the ship to focus his gaze. Indeed, behind the stacked stones and stone pillars, there was an ordinary three-masted sailboat. Due to the obstruction, it was difficult for the people on the future to discover it unless they looked down from a high vantage point or carefully observed it. The sailboat floated there without a single sailor on the deck. It was so quiet that it left one feeling a baffling sense of fear. It's as though it was eaten by the ruins. Anderson came over and shook his head with a sigh. In these waters, unless one has a certain level of understanding of the ruins, make sure not to approach them. A person who even dares to sketch the mural of the Angel of Fate doesn't have the right to say that. Your treasure-seeking team claims to be experienced, but aren't you the only one left? Klein didn't turn his head as he lampooned. At this moment, Admiral of Stars Katlia had also come to the deck and looked at the sailboat beside the ruins. During this entire process, she didn't even glance at Gehrman Sparrow, as though he didn't exist. After a brief silence, Katlia raised her hand to take off the heavy glasses on her nose bridge. The dark purple in her eyes slowly flowed as though they were outlining complicated symbols. Above the unmanned sailboat, a pair of eyes suddenly appeared. They were illusory, translucent, dark purple eyes. The pair of eyes slowly moved and circled the deck before entering the cabin. This Beyonder power is very useful. Speaking of which, based on the means displayed by Queen Mystic and Admiral of Stars, the Beyonder powers of a mystery prior have the flavor of a fairy tale. Man, could it be that Queen Mystic can turn others into frogs? In other words, wasn't the prying ability of a mystery prior reflected in this aspect, in their eyes? Admiral of Stars's eyes are a little odd. I'll have to pay attention to them in the future, Klein guessed as he waited for Katlia's long-range exploration to yield result. After a while, the dark purple in Katlia's eyes finally dimmed. She rubbed her eyebrows, put on her glasses again, and said to Anderson, Hood, and Frank Lee, "There's a problem inside." As she spoke, she took out a handful of colorful powder from a secret pocket in her classic warlock robe, and threw it out. These powders sprinkled on the ground, forming a vivid and lifelike colorful picture scroll. The background of the picture was similar to a captain's cabin. There was a photo on the desk and a portrait on the wall. All of them were of the same person, a faceac with broad shoulders, pale blonde hair, and deep blue eyes. Klein first found him familiar before he recalled where he had seen him before. Back when he was in Naz, an adventurer had been chased by the second mate of the King of Immortality, Curtius. He had run into Lairdal Bar and sought help from the Adventurers Association. At that moment, among the powerhouses who stood up to provide protection, there was a burly man from Faceac who was more than 2 meters tall. He gave Klein the feeling that he wasn't weak. He was probably a Sequence 6. Why would his ship suddenly enter these waters and rashly explore the dangerous ruins? Amidst his puzzlement, Klein carefully observed the supernatural picture on the deck. This time, he saw a pool of blood on the floor. Beside the blood were a few words in Faceac. Fountain of Unaging. At the end of the words, the blood trail stretched out and connected to a clear drag mark that led to the door. Klein's mind seemed to be able to reenact the scene from back then. The Sequence 6 Faceac man had suffered a baffling attack and collapsed to the ground with serious injuries. He tried his best to write down the source of his encounter, but just as he started writing, he was dragged away by an unknown object by his legs or head. Considering how the blood-colored words hadn't been erased, Klein suspected that the thing that dragged the adventurer away wasn't a living person. It should be the corpse in the ruins, he thought, feeling a headache coming on. Fountain of Unaging? They came here in search of the Fountain of Unaging? Anderson and Hood said in excitement. Clearly, they didn't find it. Frank Lee shook his head in disappointment. He was similarly filled with yearning for the Fountain of Unaging, believing that the fountain water could allow his various experiments to undergo a qualitative change. Fountain of Unaging. Back then, the one pursuing the young adventurer was Slaughterer Curtius. He's the second mate of the King of Immortality. Rumor has it that the King of Immortality had once drunk the Fountain of Unaging's water. Curtius even warned me and Gehrman Sparrow not to interfere with the young adventurer's matters, saying that it was the will of the King of Immortality. Klein barely managed to piece together the truth based on all the information. The young adventurer obtained or stole the secret of the Fountain of Unaging from a trusted aide of the King of Immortality. Hence, he was pursued. Later, under the protection of a few quasi-powerhouses from the Adventurer Association, he barely escaped Slaughterer Curtius. Later on the one hand they wanted to avoid the King of Immortality, and on the other hand they wanted to find the Fountain of Unaging. Finally, they chose to venture into these waters, but who knew that they would be wiped out in these ruins? Could it be that the Fountain of Unaging is deep in these ruins? Klein looked at the gray stones and stone pillars that were piled up into a mountain again. He had a vague guess, because it was difficult to verify his thoughts for the time being, and he did not know who the corpse buried in the ruins was. He did not have the urge to explore and take risks, so he rationally withdrew his gaze. I can ask Will Ossepton or Rhodes later. Perhaps the so-called Spring of Unaging is the pus produced from that corpse's rotting. Klein speculated with the worst of ill intentions. At this moment, Katlia, who had heard Anderson and Frank's conversation, thought for a moment. If he died while searching for the Fountain of Youth, I don't think the owner of the portrait and the photo would have enough motivation to leave the correct information for the people who came after him before he died. After all, the people who found this place were most likely not his family. That makes sense. If it were me, I wouldn't have thought of leaving a hint for the people behind me if I encountered a monster during a treasure hunt and was about to die. Klein shook his head indiscernibly. He couldn't think of any other reason at the moment. Katlia looked at the expectant Anderson and Frank and said, "Successful adventures often stem from detailed information and sufficient preparations. A successful adventure usually comes from detailed information and sufficient preparation, which we don't have right now." Her voice suddenly turned louder as it reverberated in every corner of the ship. "Continue sailing. Leave these waters." "Yes, Captain." Nina gulped down a mouthful of alcohol from the observation deck. A few minutes later, the descent and ascent that defied common sense happened once again. However, the prepared crew of the future no longer looked as pathetic as when they first arrived. They easily survived the thrilling scene of jumping off a cliff and being thrown into the air. Soon, the future landed on the azure blue sea. In the distance was a gigantic storm that blotted out the sky. Not far away, there was another ship floating silently. It was nearly 200 meters long, and its front and back were raised high like a crescent moon. Looking at the sail that depicted a black tombstone, a corresponding term flashed across Klein's mind. Death Announcer. The flagship of King of Immortality Agolito. At that moment, Klein didn't feel horror or fear, but excitement and agitation. Queen Mystic is on the ship, and there's no need to hide this time. Together with me, Admiral of Stars, Anderson, Hood, and the crew of the future, we have a chance of wiping out the King of Immortality's fleet. I've found Creeping Hunger's food. I've found a candidate for the puppet. At this moment, the Death Announcer suddenly turned around and distanced itself from the area at an unprecedented speed. It ran. It ran. Klein was momentarily dazed. Soon, the Death Announcer vanished from his vision. P.S. Update before making any changes. Chapter 688. That's way too fast. I just had an idea. Klein looked at the undulating surface of the sea, momentarily unable to snap out of his daze. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, he had a vague guess. King of Immortality Agolito's second mate, Slaughterer Curtius, is suspected to be a devil or even a desire apostle. He has the Beyonder powers to detect danger ahead of time and lock onto the source of the danger. Then, could the King of Immortality be a Sequence 4 demigod of the Devil pathway? Therefore, when the people on the future possess the strength to actually harm him and have the thought of putting it into practice, he immediately sensed the problem ahead of time and discovered Queen Mystic's existence. He didn't hesitate to make the decision to retreat? Yes, this means that Queen Mystic also had the urge to take action. Otherwise, with my thoughts alone, it would only make the King of Immortality sneer and counterattack crazily. Sigh, the Beyonder powers of the Devil pathway sure are useful. It's almost impossible to bury the King of Immortality or his first mate, second mate and third mate. Klein sighed as he turned to look at Anderson Hood. This strongest hunter's expression was still clearly warped, as though he was in despair that his bad luck hadn't abated. He was also surprised that the death announcer had fled with its tail between its legs. It gave him the feeling that he had gotten the wrong script. His eyes darted around slightly as he looked around with a guess, as though he had made a connection. Unfortunately, Anderson's bad luck isn't strong enough. Otherwise, I could have sacrificed him and successfully baited the King of Immortality. Heh, isn't this the correct way to use a provoker? Klein turned into the corridor and returned to his room. Just as he pushed open the wooden door, he saw a familiar figure standing in front of the window. Her figure was extremely proportioned, and she was dressed rather strangely. She was none other than Queen Mystic Bernadette. Didn't your father teach you? Don't enter other people's rooms, especially the rooms of unfamiliar men? As a lady of noble birth with a good upbringing, you should be waiting at the door and sincerely ask me if I can enter. Emperor, have you not recalled any books on education? Klein lampooned silently as he closed the door. Without waiting for him to say a word, Queen Mystic Bernadette spoke with her back facing him. What happened before confirmed one of my thoughts. What thoughts? Klein suppressed his curiosity and asked with an indifferent expression. Bernadette didn't turn her head as she looked out the window at the sea. Agolito's legend of the Fountain of Youth is a hoax. If the Fountain of Youth does exist, it can only be one of the main materials of the Witch of Youth, or it can be born from their corpses. Therefore, any man who claims to have drunk the Fountain of Youth is lying. She didn't explain what the demoness of unaging was, as if she was convinced that German Sparrow would know. Or rather, even if he didn't know, he would have a way to find out. Fountain of Unaging. Witch of Unaging. It's quite a good match. So, the bloody words on the sailboat beside the ruins were meant to tell the world that the Fountain of Unaging is a scam? King of Immortality Agolito has released the news of the Fountain of Unaging again and again, luring adventurers and pirates into dangerous waters to die or take the opportunity to massacre them. A strong devil's style. It's no wonder Slaughterer Curtius warned me not to interfere. Klein thought for a few seconds and deliberately said in a ruminative tone, "That's right." Scam. Queen Mystic Bernadette nodded and said with a gentle voice, "That's right. This might be a part of the ritual needed for Agolito to advance to Sequence 4. It might also be the act of digesting a Sequence 4 potion." She paused and seemed to sigh silently. Then, she said, "That's right. That's because the Sequence 4 of his pathway is devil." Devil? Sounds very cunning. Setting up a treasure scam to harm others perfectly fits the style of a devil. Klein was enlightened. At this moment, Queen Mystic turned around and looked into German Sparrow's eyes through the black checkered veil. "It's my turn to provide information?" Klein deliberated for 2 seconds. According to the analysis of the limited diary entries, Roselle the Great encountered an extremely serious predicament in his later years. This forced him to have the idea of attempting crazy act. In this aspect, he was very calm. This was because the diary entries he had obtained so far didn't reveal what Roselle the Great wanted to do in his later years, the predicament he encountered, or the crazy acts he did. Therefore, by providing this information, he was also hinting to Bernadette that to figure out the truth, she had to hand over the diary entries of Roselle the Great's critical period to Admiral of Stars Catlia. Queen Mystic Bernadette fell silent for a few seconds without saying a word. The dark clouds moved high in the sky as sunlight shone in. This queen who reigned supreme over the 5 seas suddenly separated like a pile of soap bubbles before shattering and vanishing. The light reflected by the bubbles split into different colors, creating a dreamy scene that resembled a fairy tale in the room. If it wasn't for the hidden sage, the mystery prior pathway would really be rather interesting. As Klein reflected, he used his left thumb to pinch the first joint of his index finger twice. He had activated the concealment vision provided by spirit body threads, but he didn't discover any additional black threads in the room. This meant that Queen Mystic Bernadette had indeed left. Phew! Klein silently exhaled as he quickly switched off the vision. Just as he was about to lie in bed to rest, he suddenly heard light footsteps approaching. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on his door, jolting him awake. Who is it? Klein sat up. It's me. Admiral of Stars Catlia's voice sounded. Puzzled, Klein went over and opened the door. He didn't ask what was the matter as he looked at her indifferently. His gaze explained everything. Catlia nudged the heavy glasses on her nose bridge and said, "Coming out of those waters won't bring you back to where you entered. This place is less than 100 nautical miles from Toscarter Island. It will take about 3 days to reach Nas. Where do you wish to return to? Entering or exiting in a different place?" Klein was somewhat surprised as he asked in confirmation, "Then, can I enter those waters from here? Then, can I enter those waters from here? No, you will fall straight into the bottomless crack that separates the sea. According to divination, those who do so are truly dead," Catlia explained simply. "Is that so?" Klein thought for a moment. To Toscarter Island. The reason why he didn't choose Nas was that it was already close to the next tarot gathering. He didn't wish to do something that would take up a lot of time on the future. Furthermore, Toscarter Island was the easternmost colony of the Ruan Kingdom. Its currency was pence, solely, and gold pounds. Klein didn't need to consider the issue of exchange. All right. Catlia didn't have any objections. Watching her turn around and walk to the captain's cabin, Klein shook his head slightly as he sighed inwardly. If you had come earlier, you would have met Queen Mystic. At night, the future arrived at Toscarter Island's harbor and forcefully docked at the dock. Klein dressed up as a Ruan gentleman and walked to the deck with a leather suitcase in hand. He took out the remaining money from his 2 pockets and handed it to Catlia. After deducting the 700 pounds for the pugilist beyonder characteristic, he had a total of 1,300 pounds, and with that Klein was left with 8,436 pounds and 5 gold coins. Catlia received it in silence and opened her mouth as though she wanted to say something, but she ultimately didn't say a word. "Are you disembarking here or heading elsewhere?" She turned to look at Anderson Hood. Thinking of how German Sparrow was about to leave and how this was a pirate ship, as well as how he had hunted many pirates, Anderson immediately forced a smile. "Here. You can pay the fare now." Catlia didn't let Anderson off just because he had borrowed a change of clothes from the pirate. "All right." Anderson didn't hide his pained expression as he reached out to pull off an ordinary button in the middle of his shirt. He reluctantly handed it over and said, "This is the only harvest I have left in those waters. This is the only harvest I have left in those waters. It comes from the corpse of a lone military explorer. I'm not sure of its original name. I can only call it based on the powers it displayed and the corresponding sequence 6 name. Judge. Its negative effects aren't particularly strong. It just makes the wearer easily offend people or monsters. Perhaps they might be targeted by a demigod if they aren't careful. You call that not particularly strong? If I were Admiral of Stars, I'd definitely choose that sword of yours. Klein lampooned as he watched Katlia accept the fare Anderson Hood had paid. He ignored the matters of others as he carried his suitcase, left the future, and boarded the dock of Toscarter Island. Bang! Anderson Hood leaped down from the edge of the deck and landed beside him. Are you having a drink? To celebrate us finally leaving those darn waters. The hunter invited him in a relaxed and excited manner. Klein swept his gaze at him, using his eyes to express his rejection. All he wanted was to stay as far away from this fellow who was plagued by bad luck and had a halo of provocation. All right. Anderson looked around and cleared his throat. Can you lend me some money? As you know, my harvest and cash have all sunk into the sea. Having said that, he laughed. Don't worry. I'll return it to you tomorrow morning. There are also quite a number of pirates in the bars and brothels of Toscarter. I plan on getting them to sponsor me a little. Those who don't have a bounty will be extorted, and those who do have a bounty will be directly used as collateral? Klein sked inwardly as he took out a 5 soldi note and handed it to Anderson. So little? Anderson said with his mouth agape. It's enough for you to drink, eat, and stay in a hotel, Klein replied calmly. Besides, this is £1 in cash. A pound? Anderson rubbed his eyes and said with a helpless smile, All right, it's £1. I'll return £1 to you tomorrow morning. P.S. Update first before making changes. Also, why do you think that this movie is coming to an end? At the very least, it won't end this month. This one I made has a simple button-like structure. There aren't any buttons on the front. Once I become a marionettist and return, I'll keep buttoning the buttons. There are still many buttons that haven't been buttoned. Divine Emperor of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 689. Afraid that German Sparrow would go back on his word, he grabbed the 5 soldi note as the image of normal beef sizzling over a fire and alcoholic beverages without any sedatives surfaced in his mind. Yo, this fellow actually accepted it. I was just saying it in passing to set up a concave persona. I'll also let him know that my money isn't that easily borrowed. Otherwise, he might not want to hunt pirates and plan on borrowing a large sum of money to return to the Fog Sea. Klein mumbled inwardly. From his point of view, a Sequence 5 hunter wouldn't starve to the point of not having a place to sleep even if he didn't have a penny on him in a place with many pirates. He shook his head indiscernibly and was just about to leave the dock when he heard a rough shout behind him. Gairman! Upon recognizing Frank Lee's voice, Klein shuddered as he tensed up and turned around. The first mate of the future, the poison expert with a bounty of £7,000, stood by the side of the ship with his hands cupped by his mouth. Where do you hang out often? Where should I send my letters? I wish to share the latest results of my research with you. I don't wish to know. This fellow probably doesn't have many friends, and I'm willing to bet that most of the people he thinks of as friends don't really treat him as one. Admiral of Star's feelings are more inclined towards Queen Mystic. She lacks a sense of belonging to Tarot, so to openly develop a snitch by her side, no, a source of intelligence, is beneficial in shocking her. It can be considered a form of intimidation at the level of German Sparrow. With this as a foundation, it would be more reasonable and natural for Mr. Fool to do another round of intimidation. Klein's thoughts raced as he took out a note and fountain pen used for divination from his pocket. He scribbled down the summoning ritual for his messenger, not forgetting to specify that the ritual ingredients needed a gold coin. With a whoosh, Klein flicked his wrist, sending the note flying towards Frank Lee like a dart, accurately landing in his palm. Excellent. Frank Lee glanced at the information on the paper and waved his hand in delight. Klein didn't delay any longer. He took his suitcase and left the pier to look for a hotel. During this process, He originally wanted to firmly reject Anderson's suggestion to stay in the same hotel, but after thinking about it, he still agreed. He was afraid that something bad would happen to this guy who was plagued with bad luck and bring disaster to the innocent customers and attendants in the hotel. Therefore, he planned to monitor him from a close distance and deal with him decisively. After checking in, Anderson took the key and opened the door to his room. Bang! He sat down on the armchair as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. After leaving that dangerous sea, he finally found the feeling of being a human again. He no longer had to worry about dying at any time. After lying there quietly for a while, Anderson Hood slowly got up. He picked up the thermos with a steel shell, flipped the glass, and poured himself a cup of hot water. He thought it was time for him to brace himself and take a stroll around the bar. Drink some wine, fill my stomach, and look for sponsors. When the hot water was slightly cold, Anderson picked up the cup and gulped it down. He was very carefree. Suddenly, he coughed so violently that his face turned purple. Cough, cough, cough. Anderson reached for his throat, as if he couldn't catch his breath. With a crack, the glass fell from his hand and shattered on the floor. Cough, cough, cough. Anderson's coughing became weaker, and his face had already turned purple. At that moment, his eyes were burning, and the veins on the back of his hands squirmed as if they had a life of their own. Bang! Anderson fell to the ground and twitched a few times before he stopped moving. Even his breathing seemed to have stopped. A few seconds later, the corpse-like Anderson suddenly sat up and touched his face in fear. Bastard, I almost choked to death from drinking water just now. If that's really the case, I'll probably be the hunter with the funniest cause of death. Thank goodness, thank goodness. I spent a lot of money to buy this before entering that sea region. It's finally coming in handy today. As he spoke, Anderson took out a doll made of straw from a hidden pocket in the lining of his vest. There were 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth drawn crudely in ink on it. The doll's surface was already corroded, and pitch-black liquid dripped down drop by drop. In just 8 seconds, it completely melted into liquid, turning into a stain on the floor. This bad luck hasn't weakened, and it seems to be getting fiercer. Man, German Sparrow once told me a prophecy. He said that the most fatal danger is often hidden in the most ordinary of lives. Anderson paced back and forth, carefully avoiding the glass shards beneath his feet, afraid that it would lead to another death. No, I have to save myself. I have to save myself immediately. Anderson suddenly pulled open the door and carefully walked out. He walked all the way to Klein's room, bent his finger, and knocked on the door. Soon, the wooden door that was neither sturdy nor heavy opened without a sound. German Sparrow, who had only taken off his coat, appeared in front of Anderson. Anderson squeezed out a smile. Surprised? Creak. The door slammed shut in front of him. He was first taken aback before he muttered to himself with a stiff expression, I have to adjust the way I speak. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on Klein's door again. The door quickly opened and a revolver was aimed at him. Haha, I wanted to ask if you know any Beyonders who can help people change their luck? Anderson half raised his hands, frantically hinting for German Sparrow to mention the powerhouse who had provided the prophecy. It's too late. I have no idea where Queen Mystic is. She didn't even leave me a way to contact her? However, since my messenger's summoning ritual is known by Frank Lee, it's equivalent to Admiral of Stars knowing of it. It's equivalent to Bernadette knowing of it. Also, when I return to Bakeland, I can seek Miss Sharon's help. Queen Mystic is in her circle, although she doesn't appear often. Klein gave Anderson Hood a pitiful glance. He didn't like this strongest hunter, always making up stories about him and showing all sorts of ill intentions. After all, he was partially responsible for the loss of the cufflink. However, he was only limited to his thoughts, with no intention of putting them into practice. If he were to really encounter him seeking help, he similarly wouldn't directly reject him. Klein considered and said, I can help you ask. I can help you ask, and I'll give you an answer tomorrow morning. But I'm very doubtful that you have the ability to pay me. I'll head to the bar later. Besides, I have quite a number of private collections over at the Fog Sea, Anderson replied without any hesitation. Klein nodded and said as he closed the door, "See you tomorrow morning." "See you tomorrow morning. I hope you can survive until then." Creak. The door was locked once again. "Is this a curse or a blessing?" Anderson muttered with a bitter smile. "According to my experience, there won't be any more accidents in the next 2 to 3 days." Inside the room, Klein returned to his desk. There was a letter that had just been opened and a paper crane that had been brutally dismantled. With regards to Anderson's question, Klein had already thought of a person to consult before he opened his mouth. The person who understood the means of a snake of fate the most was undoubtedly another snake of fate. He pondered over the area of the paper cranes and the questions he wanted to ask. He first made a draft in his mind before picking up his pencil and saying, "I'm not sure." Then, he raised his pencil and said, "How can the curse of misfortune brought about by the Angel of Fate mural be removed? What's the name of the corresponding sequence 4 potion for seer? Where can I obtain its formula and main ingredient?" Putting down the pencil, Klein carefully read through the contents twice. Then, he carefully folded the paper crane according to the creases and stuffed it into his wallet. After doing all of this, he continued writing the letter to Mr. Aztec. In this letter, Klein first mentioned that he had entered the dangerous zone in the easternmost part of the Sonia Sea with the help of Admiral of Stars and successfully completed the ritual. Following that, he changed the topic and mentioned that he had encountered Admiral Hell Ludwell's unprovoked attack midway and nearly suffered heavy losses. With this topic in mind, he began describing the ring on Admiral Hell's hand that was suspected to be a relic of ancient death. He very considerately asked Mr. Aztec if he had any impression of it and if he wanted to hold it in his hand to study it so as to jog up more memories. After making this point, Klein began talking about Charismatic Order's artificial death project in a casual manner. He also asked Mr. Klein if it was feasible and if there were any specific details recorded in the literature. After saying that he didn't know what the subsequent sequences would be like, nor did he know where he could obtain the opportunity, Klein began describing the matters to take note of in the dangerous waters he had concluded from his travels. He was providing information to Mr. Aztec, preventing him from suddenly heading there to seek out the remnant aura of ancient death without understanding the latent dangers. It's said that the waters are filled with the ravings of the true Creator. The higher the sequence, the clearer one hears it, and the easier it is to be influenced, go crazy, or lose control. This is at sequence 4. But a small number of demigods have found a way to move freely there. Klein wrote at the end of the letter. After folding the piece of paper, he picked up Aztec's copper whistle and summoned the gigantic skeleton messenger. The messenger crawled out from the floorboards and politely looked at Klein at the same level as it opened its palm. "Not bad," Klein praised inwardly as he handed the letter to the messenger. Then, he brushed his teeth, took a bath, and comfortably lay down in bed. After an unknown period of time, he woke up from his dream and saw a desolate plain and a pitch-black steeple. After familiarly walking deep into the steeple, Klein discovered Will Ossepton's reply amidst the scattered tarot cards. "Friendly reminder. That paper crane is about to tear. The curse of bad luck brought by the murals can be resolved by Ricardo. The high sequence formula of seer can only be obtained from the crazy Zeratal or the Hornacis mountain range. If you are a blessed of the Evernight, pretend I didn't say anything. The corresponding sequence 4 of seer is Bizarro Sorcerer." Chapter 690. Bizarro Sorcerer. Klein suddenly woke up from his dream and opened his eyes to see the dark night. "It's not noon yet. It's still very dangerous," he mumbled and was about to go back to sleep. At this moment, he finally recalled that he had already left the dangerous waters. Even if he didn't sleep after dark, he wouldn't completely vanish. Phew, such a stable environment is still the best. I have to say that the matter of mysteriously disappearing after dark can be used to scare children, preventing them from sleeping late. I was often given such a fright when I was young. Klein sat up, walked to his desk, and poured himself a cup of water. After a moment of silence, he gulped down a mouthful of water and gradually regained his ability to think. Zeratul really went mad. What exactly happened to him, or did something happen to him, Bizarro Sorcerer? Sequence 4 is Bizarro Sorcerer. The focus of the seer pathway is on words like craftiness, mischief, and oddity? Or can it be summarized as Bizarro? Yes, clown, magicians, faceless, and marionettist do indeed give me such a feeling. Seer seems to be an exception, but in the eyes of others, a charlatan's style can be rather bizarre and terrifying at times. Is that why Zeratul said that fate isn't the main domain of this pathway? Also, it can be clearly seen that the beyonders of this pathway are more inclined towards spellcasters. According to Will Ausepton, there are only 3 ways to obtain the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion formula. The first is to find the secret order and the crazy Zeratul. The second is to head to the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range to search for the treasures left behind by the Antigonus family. The third is to obtain it from within the church. For example, the Antigonus family's notebook might have the corresponding formula. According to Roselle the Great's description, Zeratul was a Sequence 2 miracle invoker a long time ago, a true angel. Later on, he might have advanced to Sequence 1, making him equal to or slightly weaker than kings of angels. The Madhim, he might have lost his reason, but there's a high chance that he will be harder to deal with. At the very least, there's no possibility of persuasion or deception. Just based on pure strength, I won't be Zeratul's match even if I get Mr. Aztec's help. Unless we wait for Will Ausepton to be born. However, if he were to involve himself in such matters, there's a high chance of attracting the attention of the Angel of Fate Ouroboros. As for the treasure on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range, the reverberating ravings, the setup of the Antigonus family, and the rumors of the country of darkness buried deep in history make me feel that things aren't that simple. I suspect that this might be a trap. There's even less of a need to consider the Church of the Goddess. Ignoring the fact that there's an angel presiding over the Holy Cathedral with a bunch of Grade 0 sealed artifacts, just the Baekeland diocese where the Antigonus family's notebook is located has a terrifying demigod. Klein couldn't help but recall Mr. A, who had been erased like a pencil drawing. And the person who created all of this might very well be one of the upper echelons of the Church of the Evernight Goddess. A beautiful woman with eyes that lack spirituality. She even smiled at me. I have no idea what it means. Klein shook his head helplessly, feeling that there was only one feasible solution at present. That was to find a demigod from the secret order who was considered normal. Compared to the mad Zeratul, he could at least communicate with him or even deal with him. Klein definitely couldn't do it alone, but he could get Mr. Aztec's help. He could pay a certain price to get Queen Mystic Bernadette to help. That's all I can do for now. Klein quickly turned his thoughts to how he could help Anderson Hood remove the curse of bad luck. It's already been more than 2 months. I wonder if that fate counselor, Ricardo, has left Orivi Island. Sigh, he hasn't summoned my messenger to inform me of any clues to a mystical item that matches my requirement. However, this isn't a big problem. The bellman, Carnot, definitely hasn't left his post. I can contact Counselor Ricardo through him. That's good too. The Life School of Thought hasn't completed the requirements, which means that they haven't paid the final payment. I'll get them to help Anderson change his luck to make up for it. Then, I'll get payment from that fellow. Speaking of mystical items, or sealed artifacts with powerful offensive strength, isn't Anderson's short sword one? According to the characteristics shown by the Reaper, An item formed after his death can also be considered. I'm not a greedy devil. I'll definitely pay an additional settlement fee. Klein held back his mischievous thoughts and took out the paper crane from his wallet. He tore it open and carefully wiped the pencil marks on it. It's really about to break. At most, 2 more times, he muttered dejectedly. Then, he folded the paper crane, walked back to his bed, and continued sleeping. As for using the radio transceiver to contact Rhodes, he planned on leaving the pirates' paradise in the east before doing so. After daybreak, Klein lazily got out of bed and slowly washed up. He felt that this was how life should be. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door interrupted his wistful thoughts. Without any premonition of danger, his spiritual intuition told Klein that the visitor was Anderson Hood. As expected of the strongest hunter, he's managed to survive to this day. Klein Sked controlled his expression and opened the door. Anderson wore a deerstalker hat he had gotten from somewhere and handed over a Rouen gold coin with a chuckle. The debt from yesterday. Klein took the gold coin and weighed it in his hand. I have an answer to your question. Anderson's eyes lit up. What solution is there? Don't tell me that the answer is that there's no solution. Am I that kind of person? At most, I'll say that there's no hope. Just wait for death. Goodbye. Klein lampooned as he indifferently swept his gaze at him. A demigod who's good at changing his luck lives on Orvie Island. He owes me a request. Very good. Anderson didn't hide his joy. So, what kind of price should I pay? How tactful. Klein deliberately fell silent for 2 seconds before saying, I need a mystical item with powerful offensive strength. I need a mystical item with powerful attack power. Do you have any clues? If the value exceeds the luck enhancement ritual, I'll pay the difference. Anderson frowned before slowly relaxing his brows. He smiled and said, There's such a mystical item that meets your requirements. There's such a mystical item that meets your requirements. It has beyonder powers related to lethal attacks. The negative effects aren't strong either. It can eat and sleep, but its luck isn't too good. It easily attracts monsters and enemies. Occasionally, it's quite talkative and a little annoying. Haha, I'm just joking. To be frank, my death brachydont is the mystical item you need, but it's also the only weapon I have left. I have a corresponding clue. It's a rather special revolver. The bullets it fires have the effects of weak point attack, lethal attack, and massacre. Furthermore, it can be combined with bullets with different characteristics. The negative effect is that every time you use it, you will gain a weakness that originally didn't exist. For example, you will be afraid of light, boats, dogs, etc. And this weakness will last for 6 hours. If it's just placed on your body, there are almost no negative effects. It will only make you easily thirsty. That's something that can be tolerated. If it wasn't for the revolver's characteristics overlapping with my powers and the mystical items I already own, I would have definitely bought it back then. The seller's asking price is only £9,000. How about this? The total reward is £1,500 and the clue to this revolver. How about that? It sounds very suitable, and it matches my combat habits. Klein didn't directly agree to it. Instead, he asked, £1,500? Haha, I found more than 10 pirates yesterday. They were all very kind. They either contributed their wallets to me or lent their characteristics and brains to me. In just one night, I earned £1,600. Seriously, I really like this pirate paradise, Anderson said with a beaming smile. I have to leave £100 to buy a ticket back to the Fog Sea, so I can only pay £1,500. He earned £1,600 in one night? Not only are there many pirates in Toscarter, but they're also very valuable or rich. Klein suddenly wished to stay a few more nights in this port city. But when he thought of how the targets that were easy to extract or find had most likely been dealt with by Anderson, he felt depressed again and asked coldly, "What's up?" he asked coldly. "Aren't you afraid of retaliation for doing such things in a pirate paradise? What's there to worry about? Even if they are subordinates of a pirate admiral, I'm not afraid." "Heh, I believe it's the same for you. It's not a problem if they're from the Four Kings. We're about to leave, and the news needs time to spread. When the time comes, I won't even know how many ships and identities I'll have changed," Anderson said without a care. "Why are you cursing yourself again?" Klein swept a glance at him with a hint of pity. "Deal. Haha, here's £300. The remaining £1,200 can wait for the bounty and characteristic money. Don't worry, it'll definitely come today. The amount won't be huge." Anderson took out a thick stack of bills with quite a number of soldi and handed it to Klein. In consideration of his persona, Klein only did a rough count before stuffing the notes into his wallet and pocket. He said without emotion, "That's right." He said without emotion, "Buy 2 tickets to Orvie tomorrow." He didn't specially exhort Anderson to change his appearance to buy the tickets because he believed that he was a mature hunter with rich experience. If he wasn't experienced and strong, he would have long been sunk to some unknown sea. Klein couldn't help but lampoon inwardly. "All right." Anderson pointed to the floor. "Shall we go down for breakfast? It's my treat." Klein nodded and didn't reject the offer. When they reached the first floor, the two walked to a table by the window. Along the way, they encountered a waiter carrying a white porcelain cup and a teaspoon. Just as they crossed paths, the waiter's eyes suddenly glazed over. He picked up the teaspoon and stabbed it at Anderson's throat without any warning. Although Anderson was surprised, his reaction wasn't slow at all. He immediately leaned back and dodged the lightning strike. Bang! Not far away, the hotel boss suddenly fired at Anderson's dodging body. What am I doing?" the boss muttered in horror and confusion after the gunshot. Chapter 691. At the same time the gunshot sounded, Anderson's entire body suddenly collapsed, dodging the bullet in an awkward manner. As for Klein, who didn't understand the situation, he had already leaped to the other side. As he activated his spirit vision, he drew his revolver. At that instant, his first thought was that Anderson had gone overboard with his hunting last night and had attracted revenge. All he wanted to do was shout, "I don't know him. It has nothing to do with me." At this moment, at the dining table beside Anderson Hood, a burly man in a shirt with his sleeves rolled up threw away his cutlery. He suddenly pulled out a double-barreled shotgun that had long been loaded from beneath his chair, aimed it at the ground, and pulled the trigger from a commanding position. His actions were almost identical to the hotel owner's shot. It was just that there were more steps, so he was slower. Bang! The canister shot out, and countless tiny particles formed a honeycomb pattern on the ground. Although Anderson managed to roll in time and dodge most of the bullets, he was still hit by some of them. His side was instantly mangled. Klein was just about to shoot the burly man with the double-barreled shotgun to help Anderson Hood escape danger when he realized that the man was in the same state as the hotel owner. His expression was blank, filled with shock and horror, as though he had finally sobered up. "That's not right. They aren't the real attackers." Klein rationally stopped his finger from pulling the trigger as he quickly scanned the restaurant. Seeing that he didn't discover anything with his spirit vision, he immediately pinched the first joint of his index finger twice with his left thumb, activating his spirit body thread's observation. At this moment, the ladies and gentlemen in the restaurant had already stood up in a panic due to the shooting as they rushed towards the exit. When they passed by the rolling Anderson, a good-looking lady dressed in elegant clothes suddenly paused. She opened the dark glass bottle in her hand and splashed the liquid inside at the strongest hunter. Sizzle! The areas that were tainted by the liquid rapidly turned black, suffering from intense corrosion. Anderson covered his face, jumped up, and dodged the attack. Right on the heels of that, the quiet and adorable lady, the gentleman with the newspaper, the waiter in a red vest, and the 5-year-old child with candy in his hand attacked Anderson Hood at the same time. Flour, lit matches, fruit knives, scalding coffee, and high-alcohol drinks came one after another. Everyone in the hotel restaurant seemed to have only one goal, and that was to kill Anderson Hood. In such an abnormally dangerous situation, without the participation of beyonder powers, Anderson, who was surrounded and unable to escape, tumbled and rolled. At times, he leaped up, kicked tables, and ignited items ahead of time. He barely managed to avoid being hit in any vital spots and didn't suffer any serious injuries. At this time, Klein also discovered something unusual. In the corner of the dining hall, where the decorative cabinets hid the seats, there were dense and illusory black spirit body threads, but there wasn't any commotion. This seemed rather abnormal in the hall that was filled with chaos and fear. The real attacker who planned this passerby murder was sitting there? From the confusion, horror, and panic on the faces of the hotel owner, waiters, and customers after attacking Anderson, they didn't turn into puppets. This is another level of control. An illusion, the emotional seed of a desire apostle, or could it be another influence on the mental level? Klein suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He immediately took 2 steps forward and sent a customer who still had cream on the corner of his mouth flying, opening up a path for Anderson Hood. This strongest hunter immediately rolled out of the encirclement and followed Klein back to the 2nd floor of the hotel. With his back against the wall at the corner of the staircase, he panted heavily. Has my provocative powers reached such a level? Even ordinary citizens I don't know want to kill me and take action? Hiss! As he spoke, Anderson pulled at the injury on his right rib and nearly screamed out loud. No, no, no. The real situation is that people who are plagued with bad luck shouldn't do things like hunting pirates. The reason why Klein had given up on approaching the target and attempted to control them with spirit body threads was because he had thought of a possibility. The passers-by seemed to have been planted with a cue, or perhaps they had been manipulated at the level of their minds, which was why they had attacked Anderson in an orderly manner. This didn't match the beyonder powers of a desire apostle, because the attacks of the controlled were targeted and precise, and there were obvious signs of preparation. And Klein had previously heard of the name of a sequence 4 potion formula, manipulator. In addition, according to the psychiatrist who had been released from creeping hunger, Klein had always suspected that Tosgarter Island had a mission or character related to psychological alchemy. In addition, mental cues and control at the level of the mind matched the characteristics of the spectator pathway. Klein had long believed that a manipulator was likely a spectator, a dragon. The outline of the matter was rather clear. Psychological alchemy did have an important stronghold in Tosgarter Island, and it had sent a sequence 4 demigod to guard it. This demigod had influenced some pirates, making them subconsciously do things for him. And these pirates had unfortunately become Anderson Hood's sponsors last night. Therefore, the real investor had come knocking this morning. Controlling his expression, Klein looked at Anderson and said in an indifferent tone, "It should be one or a few pirates from last night who are pulling the strings of this island's hidden demigod. Do you think that what happened just now is something a mid-sequence beyonder can do? I can't be that unlucky." Anderson's voice became softer and softer, and then he muttered, "Sure enough, those guys were being controlled. They're innocent. Luckily I didn't fight back, or else I'd be the main culprit of this shocking murder case and have a bounty on my head. When that time comes, I'll be in big trouble and can only become a pirate." The corner of Klein's mouth twitched. If the person being controlled was a pirate with beyonder powers, or a mandated punisher or priest from the Church of the Storm, what would have happened? I'd already be dead. Anderson threw up his hands and said in enlightenment, "You mean that he didn't want to kill me, and that it was just a warning?" Klein nodded seriously. "So, you still have a chance. Yes, go apologize. To see what the demigod was up to." "Apologize?" Anderson's face frowned as he said awkwardly, "In the fog sea, I'm quite famous. Klein didn't say a word. He straightened his body, patted his coat, and prepared to leave. At this moment Anderson darted forward and beat him to the staircase. He shouted, "Come on!" He shouted, "I'm sorry. I was wrong. Anything can be discussed." After pausing for a second, he repeated his words, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Anything can be discussed." Clap, clap. A slow round of applause sounded on the first floor as a figure appeared at the staircase's entrance. Amidst the light footsteps, the figure gradually walked to the corner, but Klein instinctively moved his eyes away, as though he didn't want to know what the person looked like. In addition, he realized that he didn't have any thoughts of raising his arm or aiming his gun. It was as though he had been hypnotized and had lost all thoughts of resisting. That's terrifying. Yes, it's not a face-to-face hypnosis, so I can sense it. But if I'm directly targeted, the outcome will be unimaginable. I'm currently being affected. According to Miss Justice, the other party has silently arrived beside my island of consciousness through the sea of collective subconscious, and has done something to a certain extent? Just as Klein came to a realization, he suddenly had the urge to leave and return to his room. This is a silent instruction, given by the demigod? Klein roughly understood that the other party wanted to communicate with Anderson alone, so he didn't resist. He walked out of the staircase and entered his room. Less than 5 minutes later, Anderson knocked on his door with a pained expression. "Done talking?" Klein asked casually. Anderson nodded heavily. "Phew. Yes, he asked me to do something for him. As for the specifics, I can't tell anyone." "Do you still remember what he looked like?" Klein asked deliberately. Anderson thought carefully and suddenly frowned. "I don't remember, as expected. Say, it's not worth it for you to offend a demigod for £1,600. Klein sighed inwardly and said, "Can I leave tomorrow?" "Sure, that matter is not urgent. Let's solve the problem of misfortune first," Anderson replied without hesitation. Klein said no more and pointed at the floor. "Are we still going for breakfast?" Anderson was startled at first, then he revealed a smile and said, "Of course. No worries can affect my eating and sleeping." The two of them went down to the first floor and found that the waiter was quietly cleaning up the broken items. The boss and the customers had completely forgotten what had just happened. After breakfast, Anderson continued heading out and busied himself with collecting the bounty and characteristic money, as well as making some preparations. Klein stayed in his hotel room, restraining the spirituality that seeped out after his advancement. He also used the worms to experiment with the beyonder powers of a marionettist. At 2:30 in the afternoon, he entered the world above the gray fog ahead of time to rehearse for the upcoming tarot. After all, Mr. Fool wanted to beat the hermit Catlia in a very nonchalant manner. Sitting in the seat belonging to the Fool, Klein practiced according to the 3 beating plans that he had figured out over the past few days. 2 of the plans needed to use some of the space's powers, and the other 2 needed the help of props. Therefore, he had to fix the entire process ahead of time and familiarize himself with it. He couldn't reveal any signs of inexperience at critical moment. After an unknown period of time, Klein exhaled and confirmed the matter. Then, he conjured world. Without needing any items, he could directly see the countless black threads that emanated from his body. Items conjured using the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog have a certain level of spirituality. That's why they have spirit body threads. And in the real world, lifeless objects don't have them. Klein skillfully controlled the black threads and soon, he truly and completely controlled world. Now, not only could he make world's expressions more exquisite and make his reactions more like a real person's, but he could also make the puppet's spirituality fluctuations more natural, no longer lifeless. Apart from this, he was like a player who had activated dual mode. He directly obtained world's vision, hearing, and other senses. After completing all of this, Klein looked at his golden pocket watch and sent a message to Little Son, allowing him to silently count his heartbeat. Chapter 692. On both sides of the long, mottled bronze table, blurry figures stretched out and stabilized under the protection of the crimson light. The surroundings were as quiet and empty as ever, as though no living being had trespassed in tens of millions of years. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool," Audrey's light and cheerful voice quickly echoed in the magnificent palace that was propped up by stone pillars. Klein nodded with a smile as he watched the members complete a simple greeting under Miss Justice's lead. Among them, Katlia was undoubtedly the more taciturn one. From Audrey's point of view, she had a lot on her mind. After the voices subsided and the members took their seats, the fool Klein first swept a glance at Miss Justice, making the psychiatrist instantly understand what he meant. She didn't raise her hand slightly and spoke first. Following that, she looked at Katlia and chuckled nonchalantly. "Tell Bernadette that she can use certain things to exchange for some answers." Bernadette. Upon hearing this familiar name, and not Queen Mystic, the owner of the Dawn, or the leader of the element Dawn, Katlia understood that Mr. Fool already knew everything. She couldn't hide her thoughts from him at all. This made her heart turn heavier as she couldn't help but feel a strong sense of fear. She was momentarily at a loss as to what attitude or words she should use to respond. From her point of view, Mr. Fool's true meaning was to convey this message, but he could only convey this message. He couldn't say anything else, nor could he give any hints. Katlia believed that she knew very well what he was implying. Bernadette? This is the name of a common female with intis. Who could it be? What answer does she wish to exchange for? What relationship does she have with Ma-am Hermit? Ma-am Hermit made a private request, and the fool's answer is yes? No, that's not the case. That's definitely not the case. If it's a private request, a reasonable request, Mr. Fool wouldn't have mentioned it in front of us. He directly responded to Ma-am Hermit's prayer. Is he warning? Audrey forgot to observe the other members as a series of questions flashed through her mind. Following that, with the acuity of the spectator pathway, she grasped Mr. Fool's true intentions. After that, she had a certain guess. Ma-am Hermit has secretly hinted to Ma-am Bernadette about our tarot, as she wishes to obtain some answers. Mr. Fool isn't too satisfied with this, so he directly pointed it out and gave a first-time offender a warning? Really, how can you tell others about the gathering? I didn't even tell Susie. This will bring danger to everyone. Thankfully, Mr. Fool is here. Audrey nearly forgot about her image and etiquette as she puffed her cheek. This was the first time she realized that not all the tarot members had a sense of belonging like she did. They didn't worship and believe in Mr. Fool so much. The hanging man Alger, magician's furs, and Emlyn had similar questions and guesses, but they were all concerned about different things. As Alger looked forward to what else Mr. Fool would do, he thought hard about who the common female name of Bernadette represented. Why was it worth it for the thoughtful hermit to risk revealing some information about the tarot? While Furs was worried that the existence of the tarot would be leaked, she had instantly conceived a story of a spy and a counter-spy. Emlyn watched with schadenfreude, believing the hermit to be foolish. Even our sanguine ancestor treats Mr. Fool as an equal, and even sent me, a special envoy, to be groomed. You, a fellow who isn't even a demigod, actually want to do something under Mr. Fool's watch? Do you have a death wish? Indeed, I'm unable to understand the thoughts of mortals. Roselle the Great once said that worms that can only survive in summer have no way of knowing what the snow looks like. Emlyn leaned back in a relaxed manner as he shook his head without hiding anything. Derek didn't think too much about it, but he vaguely felt that the atmosphere wasn't right. He asked, half curious and half puzzled. He asked in a half curious and half puzzled manner, "Mr. Fool, who is Bernadette?" "Good question. I thought that Miss Justice would be the one to take the fall." "Yes, she seems a little angry. So much so that she doesn't wish to speak for the time being. Klein marveled inwardly as he casually replied, Rozelle's eldest daughter. The owner of the dawn. The leader of the element dawn. He revealed Bernadette's identity one by one, making sure that she no longer had any secrets in front of the tarot members. And the reason why he used the owner of the dawn to replace Queen Mystic was because Klein felt that it was impossible for the fool to address Bernadette as Queen. The owner of the dawn. Queen Mystic. She's actually the eldest daughter of Roselle the Great. Ha, the Hermit, I can confirm that you're Admiral of Stars Catlia. So the rumors of you falling out with Queen Mystic were fake. The hanging man Alger felt a sense of excitement. He felt that the repressed and constrained feeling that he had been feeling for the past 3 months had instantly vanished. This made the composed him unable to help but mock the hermit inwardly. Roselle the Great once said that those who play with fire will definitely burn themselves. An Admiral of Stars, you actually dared to challenge the perception of a deity. At that moment, Alger was rather thankful. He was thankful that although he had done some petty tricks in an attempt to figure out Mr. Fool's identity, goals, and present state, it didn't involve any outsiders, so there was no leakage. Therefore, he didn't suffer a direct beating. As he had introduced the 4 kings and the 7 pirate admirals back then, Audrey and company quickly confirmed that Bernadette was Queen Mystic, a demigod who reigned supreme over the 5 seas. They were all astonished that the eldest daughter of Emperor Roselle was still alive and had lived to this day. Furthermore, she had become a famous figure. The answer Queen Mystic wishes to obtain is in Roselle's diary? Combining the events and words, Audrey vaguely guessed Bernadette's goal. She believed that the Emperor's eldest daughter wanted to figure out the truth behind her father's assassination. At that moment, Catlia had already regained her ability to think. She turned to look at the end of the long bronze table and said without any hopes of getting lucky, Yes, I made some mistakes. Yes, I have made some mistakes. I will not defend myself. They were indeed mistakes. Mr. Fool, no matter how you deal with me, or even kill me, I'm willing to accept it. Hypocrite! If Mr. Fool wishes to punish you, do you have a way to resist? The hanged man scoffed from the other side. He could tell that there was something wrong with such simple word. Hermit is still a little afraid. Audrey could sense the hidden fear in Catlia's words and the minute movements she made as she turned to the side. From her point of view, people who deliberately emphasized that they were willing to be executed were often afraid of death. Magician's Furs found her composure from the fool's calm attitude. She believed that Tarot's situation hadn't been leaked, or rather, that the leaked information wasn't important. Therefore, just like Emlyn, she waited curiously and expectantly to see what kind of punishment Mr. Fool would mete out. Sun still hadn't figured out what had happened. He didn't understand why Hermit would suddenly request for punishment. At that moment, seeing Mr. Fool's brief silence, Catlia restrained her unease. She raised her head slightly and observed the existence behind the thick gray fog without leaving a trace. She attempted to grasp the other party's true intentions so that she could make a more accurate response. She didn't want to make another mistake and anger him, making the situation irreversible. Her black eyes were dark purple as they suffused a mysterious aura. She saw through the gray fog and saw the fool. Suddenly, Catlia's eyes burned as illusory blood flowed out. Following that, an evil, terrifying, depraved, and indescribable roar sounded in her ears. It instantly filled her senses with extreme pain as her body convulsed and trembled uncontrollably. Her face, the back of her hands, and the areas that weren't covered by her clothes quickly cracked open, revealing her flesh. Black worms and white moths squirmed inside, about to form indescribable eyes. Catlia's tragic cries and painful grunts echoed above the gray fog. The hanging man Alger, Emlyn, Magician's Furs, and company looked at each other, as though they could directly sense the pain she was suffering. At the same time, the blurry image became clearer, allowing them to clearly see the mutation of the hermit's body. The disgusting and grotesque scene frightened Audrey so much that she retracted her gaze. She straightened her back and looked straight ahead, not daring to move. Although the others' reactions weren't as exaggerated, they had the same meaning. The true creator's ravings are indeed useful. The fool Klein, who was shrouded in the gray fog, sighed from the bottom of his heart when he saw this scene. The reason why he didn't immediately respond to Katlia's request for punishment was that he wanted to confirm if her eyes were special and if they could spy on him. For this, he had hidden some of the mysterious spatial powers that he had stirred ahead of time in the gray fog that enveloped him. Its purpose was to transfer the observation to Tinder once anyone used their Beyonder powers to see through the obstacles. This was equivalent to the owner of the Beyonder powers directly using their psyche to measure the item that had been corrupted by the true creator. Therefore, without Klein using the gray fog to suppress the effects, Katlia naturally heard the true creator's ravings. First, the organ that used Beyonder powers was severely damaged, and then it was filled with pain, resulting in a mutation. If Admiral of Stars hadn't observed her, Klein's plan would have been for her to apologize to the Tarot members. Everyone would then discuss a punishment to reflect democracy. And no matter how democracy it was, ignoring the small punishment, the big punishment would definitely involve stirring some of the mysterious space's powers to link Katlia to Tinder. After waiting for 2 seconds, Klein knew when to stop. He gently caressed the area with his palms, allowing the gray fog to silently suppress the true creator's ravings and calm Katlia's mutation. Admiral of Stars's trembling began to calm down at a discernible pace. The cracks in her flesh gradually closed as her thoughts returned to her, allowing her to sense everything around her once again. At this moment, the hanging man, Alger, said in a deep voice, as though he was warning himself, "Do not pry into God." Chapter 693. Do not pry into God. The hanging man Alger's murmur quickly calmed down and disappeared, but it continued resounding in everyone's ears, alerting them to a fact. Although Mr. Fool usually didn't put on any airs and rarely spoke, granting almost all requests, giving others a feeling of gentleness, he was ultimately a deity that couldn't be pry into, a deity that stood high above and transcended reality. Audrey, Emlyn, and the other Tarot members instinctively accepted Mr. the Hanging Man's altered words, pretending not to remember that the original words were, "Do not look directly at God." This was because they would look at Mr. Fool from time to raise questions or seek his opinion, and Mr. Fool didn't seem to mind. Of course, they didn't look directly at him, because of the thick gray fog. From Ma M. Hermit's look, Mr. Fool is doing this for our own good. Audrey slowly exhaled. At this moment the Fool Klein's thoughts were, Mr. Hanged Man is very cooperative. What I'm prepared to do is to control the world and say something similar to complete the final step of the beating. He originally felt that it would be rather awkward for the fake world to say deities are not to be deceived or deities are not to be pry into. In the future, if people knew that the so-called blessed and the so-called world was actually the fool's smuff, he would be too embarrassed to face others. But on second thought, the world seemed to have done something similar before, so it didn't matter if he did it again. Besides, wouldn't it be fine if no one knew? After removing his psychological barrier, Klein prepared to act according to the rehearsal content, but to his surprise, the actual situation was better than he expected. The hanging man seemed to have been shocked by the process of beating the hermit up. He took the initiative to say, "Do not pry into God." The overall effect became more natural and perfect. The fool had only pointed out the problem of Ma M. Hermit leaking information about the tarot, using the implied meaning to give a warning. As for her subsequent encounter, it stemmed from her prying into a deity, and it wasn't intentional on the fool's part. This is the outcome I wish for the most. This can effectively maintain the fool's image. After all, deities won't fuss over trivial matters with mortals. This is too degrading, however. Ma M. Hermit's style of doing things is a little too bold. Only today did I realize and confirm that it's not the first time she's been spying on the fool. Although it can't be said to have any ill intentions, it's still something worth beating. My previous reaction made her believe that I've tacitly agreed to her gaze. Hence, it became a habit. Just as I expected, I ended up being targeted. In addition, without any confidence in Mr. Fool's attitude, she directly gave a hint to the outside world. Her boldness is evident. This means that she hasn't suffered enough in the past. Today's lesson should be enough for her to remember for a long time. Thinking back to the state in her dream, all of this seems rather normal. It's the mother's fault for not teaching her children. Today, it can be considered as me beating Mr. the Hanging Man and the other members? Klein silently muttered to himself in amusement. He surveyed the area and said calmly, "That's right. That's all." Upon hearing this, the hermit Katlia, who had just recovered her spirit body, relaxed. She felt a strong sense of exhaustion and relief surge up her, making her wish to find a reclining chair and lie down for a while. The first time is a warning, but the second time won't have a good ending. The pirate admiral sighed inwardly and warned himself not to play any more trick. He didn't think that his hints could fool Mr. Fool, nor did he have any thoughts of spying on him again. The pain she had just experienced was in no way weaker than the torment caused by the hidden sage's instilling of knowledge. Therefore, without a doubt, she believed that Mr. Fool was, in essence, a deity, a true deity, an unfathomable deity. Thankfully, at least Her Majesty knows where to exchange for the answers she's been searching for. I can't give her any more hints or reminders in the future. Katlia turned her body sideways once again as she looked at the end of the long bronze table, trembling. This time, she only dared to look at the edge of the table and the armrest. The deep purple in her eyes had faded significantly. Amidst the silence, she sincerely said, "I'll remember your tolerance." The fool Klein in the gray fog nodded slightly and didn't repeat his previous words. After a short wait, Magician's Furs straightened her back before Audrey did. She looked around and said, "Everyone, are you interested in accepting a murder mission? The target is an important member of a cult." Grateful for her teacher, Dorian Gray's love, Furs had been thinking of doing something for her recently. After some consideration, she targeted the Aurora Order Oracle, who had once dealt severe damage to her teacher's family. Perhaps it was Louis Veen, a scribe or traveler. She didn't become complacent just because she had obtained Lamino's travels. She didn't believe that she could kill an experienced Sequence 6 or even a Sequence 5 Beyonder who was good at escaping. The reason why she had such considerations was that she believed that the secret organization Tarot behind her could provide unimaginable help. Hermit and Mr. World seemed to have the ability to resist Louis Veen. With one of them taking action, and me using Lamino's travels to help, it's not impossible to succeed. Magician's Furs outlined the most ideal situation in her mind. Of course, she knew that her current savings weren't enough to pay for the cost of killing a powerful Beyonder like Louis Veen. After all, £830 wasn't even enough to buy one of his hands. She knew very well that back then, Miss Audrey Hall had spent more than £10,000 to kill Ambassador Intis, a Sequence 6 conspirer. It was obvious how much it would cost Louis Veen, who was at the same sequence or even a higher sequence. Furs planned on agreeing to a series of requests from the person accepting the mission as repayment. In other words, she would help the person complete tasks that weren't convenient for her to do to offset the mission's cost. From her point of view, with Lamino's travels, she still possessed a certain level of ability, allowing her to do certain difficult tasks. After hearing Miss Magician's request, Katlia, the Hanging Man Alger, and Justice Audrey cast their gazes at the world. From their point of view, this gentleman had a special hobby of hunting Beyonders, and he possessed sufficient abilities. It's not like I'm in Bakeland. However, I can't respond in such a manner. Otherwise, I'll expose the truth. that Mr. Fool might only have 2 or 3 blessed in front of Mr. the Hanging Man and Ma am Hermit. Klein controlled the world and fused with his senses as he hoarsely laughed. Where? What organization? What's the sequence? What are the characteristics of their powers? Mr. World is a little different from before. It's an indescribable feeling. It's as though his mood has suddenly improved. Perhaps he really encountered something worth being happy about. Audrey suddenly made a discovery as she excitedly guessed what good things Mr. World might have encountered recently. Magician's Furs replied in delight. He's an oracle of the Aurora Order. He's in Bakeland, and he was a Sequence 6 in the past. He might be a Sequence 5 now, but I can't be sure. He can record the Beyonder powers used by others and use them once. He's good at escaping and is difficult to surround. He might even be able to traverse the spirit world. The target is an oracle of the Aurora Order, Sequence 6 or 5. His powers are similar to the apprentice pathway. Indeed, Miss Magician's isn't as ordinary and simple as she looks. My initial judgment was correct. Cattleya quickly regained her composure. She wasn't surprised that the magicians dared to plot against a certain Mr. from the Aurora Order. As for which oracle it was, she wasn't sure because she was only familiar with Mr. Z and Ma M.D. At the same time, Klein quickly made an assessment. There's no possibility of the Aurora Order's oracle being innocent. After all, they're lunatics who harm lives. There's no guilt in killing them. It's not the first time I've offended the Aurora Order. Sequence 6 or 5 is something I can handle. I think I've seen the Beyonder powers that Miss Magicians described recorded and released before. Mr. A has used it before, but it might not be true to me. I'm good at escaping and being able to traverse the spirit world. As long as I can approach that oracle and successfully control his spirit body threads, he won't be able to escape. It was hard to say what the result would be in a direct confrontation, but if it was a surprise attack, I had quite a bit of confidence. Of course, whether or not the surprise attack would succeed was another matter altogether. After some serious thought, the world looked back at the magician's furs. I can consider taking over, but not in the near future. At least in 2 months. He wasn't sure if there would be any more accidents on the sea, so he had loosened the time limit. 2 months later. Magician's Furs repeated the time with great hesitation. It had been too long. She didn't know how long Louis Wayne would stay in Bakeland. At this moment, the hanging man, Alger, who was watching from the side, interjected after some deliberation. Miss Magicians, do you have to kill that Aurora Order oracle with your own hands? No, look, I'm even considering if I should seek Mr. World's help, Furs said with a smile. Alger nodded as though in thought. The prerequisite for killing is to find that oracle. Can you find him? No, but I'll investigate. Magicians, Furs answered frankly. Are you going to get World to take action after you have the results? The hanging man pressed. Yes, but I haven't decided. Furs was a little confused, unsure of the intentions behind Mr. the Hanging Man's series of questions. The hanging man, Alger, immediately scoffed. If you can determine the whereabouts of that Aurora Order oracle, why would you spend so much money to hire someone to kill him? Can't you just report it to the churches? After the Great Smog, none of the churches were willing to let go of such clues. He wasn't trying to ruin the matter with the world, but he had clearly heard Miss Magician's hesitation. He believed that it was most likely that she wouldn't entrust it to him. After all, many accidents could happen in 2 months. Therefore, he was giving some suggestions so that the matter could be finalized. Report it to the church? That sounds familiar. Klein was taken aback. He never expected Mr. the Hanging Man to say that. While everyone was influenced by Mr. the Hanging Man, he was also influenced by us. Klein immediately felt relieved and rather gratified. Report? Magician's Furs was stunned. After a few seconds, she whispered, Yes, you can. The hanging man smiled when he heard that. Then let's do it this way. First investigate the target and find his whereabout. If there's anything within 2 months, hand it over to the churches. If it takes more than 2 months and Mr. World is free, you can get him to help. What do you think?" After some serious consideration, Furs said, "That's right. All right. When the time comes, I'll discuss the commission price with Mr. World." Chapter 694. After receiving a nod of approval from the World, and settling on Louis Wayne, the magician's Furs thought for a moment and continued, "Don't worry. Everyone, do any of you have the meteorite crystal and the blood crystal of the Lavos octopus, or any news about them?" This was the main ingredient of the astrologer potion formula. Furs had originally planned on continuing the mission, hoping that Mr. Moon, who was also in Bakeland, could help find Louis Vine's whereabouts. However, after some consideration, she decided to try it herself. She would only seek help from tarot if there was no solution or if the clues were completely cut off. Meteorite crystal? The crystallized blood of the lava octopus? This sounds very familiar. It's not because I have the astrologer potion formula. Yes, it's familiar because the main ingredients of the seer potion formula are 50 grams of star crystal and 10 milliliters of Lavos octopus blood. The main ingredient of astrologer is very similar to the upgraded version of seer. Indeed, the apprentice and seer pathways can be interchanged in the future. As Klein thought of this, he suddenly had an idea. Since it's difficult to obtain the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion formula, with all 3 paths being extremely dangerous, can I consider a sequence 4 from a neighboring pathway? For example, apprentice. With this thought, he was suddenly enlightened, and most of the difficulties in his heart disappeared. As for the apprentice's sequence 4 potion formula, there was a clue on the tarot. It was the house of Abraham behind the magicians. With this in mind, the way the World looked at Miss Magicians subconsciously softened. It made Furs shiver for some baffling reason, suspecting that Mr. World was already planning on how to hunt Louis Wayne. At this moment, the fool Klein recalled another problem. According to Dunn and Daly's guesses, the first 5 sequences of the seer pathway didn't have an obvious progressive relationship. They each provided one beyonder power, and then, at the critical point of sequence 4, they would clench their fingers into a fist and undergo a qualitative change. When the captain and M. Daly made this guess, they only knew a portion of the information regarding seer, clown, and magicians. Later on, the faceless and marionettist used their own existences to verify this theory. Therefore, could it be that the seer, apprentice, and possibly marauder pathways can't be interchanged at sequence 4, but at sequence 3? Klein's joy slowly subsided. He knew too little, and was unable to make a judgment for the time being. All he could do was wait for Mr. Azek's reply and contact Rhodes after he left the sea region targeted by the true creator. As such, he was unable to make a judgment for the time being. All he could do was wait for Mr. Aztec's reply and for him to contact Rhodes after he left the waters targeted by the true creator. As for meteorite crystals, I know where to find them. How many grams do you need? As for meteorite crystals, I know where to find them. How many grams do you need? 600 pounds. A very reasonable price. Magician's Furs replied in pleasant surprise. As for meteorite crystals, I know where to find them. 60 grams. All right, I'll give it to you within 2 weeks. It's the same for 600 pounds, Catlia said simply and clearly. It's settled just like that. Ma Hermit is really proactive today. She's really involved. Just now she... Furs quickly nodded. No problem. I now have 830 pounds in savings. It's enough to buy the Lavos octopus blood crystals. However, I still need to raise another 400 pounds in 2 weeks. The royalties after the new year will be paid soon, and it's about 150 pounds. I'm short of 220 pounds. I have to think of a way to earn money again. Furs quickly calculated her financial situation. Seeing that Miss Magicians had gathered the main ingredients of the potion in a minute, Audrey couldn't hold it in any longer. She raised her hand slightly and said, "I wish to obtain the complete pituitary gland of a young mine dragon, or 60 milliliters of a black hunting monitor lizard's spinal fluid, as well as 1 fruit of an illusory chime tree." This was the main ingredient of the hypnotist potion. If she only used the complete pituitary gland of the young mine dragon, there was no need for any other ingredients. Just as Audrey finished her sentence, she heard Hermit reply, "Ever since the 5th epoch, mine dragons have gone extinct." Since the 5th epoch, mine dragons have almost gone extinct. It's very difficult to find one. I have the means to obtain the spinal fluid of a black hunting monitor lizard, but it will also take 2 to 3 weeks. The price ranges from £1,500 to £2,000, because it's not something I can decide. I'll help you inquire about the fruit of an illusory chime tree, but I can't guarantee any news. What efficiency! After Hermit was punished, her sense of belonging to Artero seems to have become stronger. She's more proactive and amiable. Audrey was momentarily speechless. After a few seconds of silence, she bowed slightly. "No problem." The hanging man, Alger, who was watching by the side, suddenly felt that the development of the situation was different from what he had expected. The hermit, who had been punished by Mr. Fool, had changed her style of watching and listening. She had deeply participated in every matter in the tarot that she could participate in. And as a pirate admiral, her strength, background, resources, and channels immediately produced an intense and dazzling light. This stung so much that Alger nearly couldn't open his eyes. For some baffling reason, he felt a strong sense of danger. At that moment, he really wished for Hermit to return to her previous state. The fool Klein was also somewhat surprised when he heard this. "I thought that Hermit would be depressed for a period of time, and that she would have a certain level of rejection towards the matter of the tarot, but in the end could it be that she's the type that won't listen without being beaten? To educate children, beatings are needed. The Queen just doesn't have enough beatings. The Queen's style of doing things isn't much either. The Emperor similarly doesn't have enough beatings." As he lampooned inwardly, he controlled the world and made him look around. He chuckled softly. He chuckled and said, "Do any of you have the potion formula or clues to the Sequence 4 seer pathway?" Sequence 4. Mr. World is about to advance to the level of a demigod? Audrey was surprised. She originally felt that her advancement in sequence was fast enough, and she was a little proud of it. But now she suddenly felt that she had fallen behind. Mr. World has suddenly become so high-end. Magician's Furs was equally surprised. In her heart, although the gloomy, reserved, and unsociable Mr. World was a powerful Beyonder, he was still far from being a demigod or a Sequence 4 Beyonder. Who knew that he would immediately request to purchase a Sequence 4 potion formula? As expected of Mr. Fool's blessed. The hanging man Alger sighed. Emlyn and Son also shook their heads, indicating that they had never heard of this pathway's Sequence 4. Klein, who thought that he could obtain clues from the City of Silver and the Sanguine, could only helplessly make the world retract his gaze. After a few seconds of silence, the hermit Catlia said, "I need a drop of blood from a mythical creature, no matter what it is." In the palace propped up by stone pillars, silence suddenly became the main theme. Even the world wasn't sure what the exact definition of a mythical creature was. Klein didn't expose this point, and he planned on asking someone he could consult later. He controlled the world and fell silent for a few seconds. "I'll take note." As this was one of Hermit's rare requests, Justice and the others gave similar answers. "All right." Catlia wasn't surprised by the outcome. The only reason why she had requested to purchase it was to show Mr. Fool the attitude of integrating into tarot. She believed that this was better than trembling in fear to eliminate the repercussions of the previous incident. After a brief pause, Son was about to speak again, but Emlyn beat him to it. This sanguine baron chuckled and said, Our Rose requests are very clear. He wants the sequence 6 notary potion formula of the Sun pathway. Mr. the Hanging Man wishes to obtain the Ocean Songster. Upon hearing this, Klein suddenly felt ashamed. Back when he first obtained Creeping Hunger, he had wanted to release the Priest of Light's soul as soon as possible and obtain the sequence 6 and 5 potion formulas of the Sun pathway from him. Then, he would sell them to Little Sun, but in the end, he still hadn't completed it after all this time. I'll head to Toscarter Harbor tonight and find a darn pirate or gang leader with beyonder powers to act as an emergency, regardless of the exact sequence. Or, I can directly release the Priest of Light. Klein made the world ponder for a moment. Within 3 days, I'll provide the notary potion formula. Having said that, he looked at Little Sunday. You can consider what items to exchange for it. All right, Mr. World, Sun replied in delight. As for the Ocean Songster potion formula that the Hanging Man needed, no one had any clues. Emlyn then cleared his throat. My request is different from the last time. I hope that you can help me find these primordial moon believers. I'll pay £100 for every effective clue. I'll directly lock onto £500. He looked at Mr. Fool and made a request. After obtaining permission, he conjured 5 items that resembled wanted posters, 1 for each person, a total of 5. He and Sun didn't have any. Klein controlled the world to pick them up and casually browse through them. Gallus Kevin, Dandy, Laura, Windsor Baring, Argos. All of them aren't weak. At the very least, they're equivalent to newly born vampires. He muttered to himself as he memorized the corresponding information. After completing his task, Emlyn was more confident of winning the competition. He relaxed and leaned back in his chair, waiting for the other members to raise their requests. This time, no one spoke again. Upon seeing this, the fool Klein chuckled. Let's enter the free exchange segment. With a whoosh, Audrey, the Hanging Man Alger, Catlia, and company cast their gazes at Sunday. They remembered that Sun had previously mentioned that he might be assigned an exploration mission involving the area around the Giant King's court. Chapter 695. Sun, who was in the limelight, didn't feel uneasy as he eagerly said, "During this period of time, I followed the chief's expedition team to Afternoon Town. This is the only way to the Giant King's court. This is the door that separates myth from reality." His opening managed to garner the interest of the tarot members as they waited in different postures for the rest of the story. His opening did a good job of garnering the interest of the tarot members as they waited in different postures for the rest of the story. Derek skipped over the unimportant experiences along the way and directly started from the moment he arrived in Afternoon Town. He first described the gloomy and dead atmosphere there, then he talked about how the 3-man team discovered the underground altar, how he distinguished the names of Ouroboros, Medici, and Sasser, and how he unknowingly entered the other side of the town and saw the titles like Dark Angel and the phrase Rose Redemption. Upon saying this, he once again thanked Mr. Fool, thanking him for helping him escape. Then, he briefly introduced the monster that his shadow had transformed into, focusing on the clergyman who was constantly confessing in the half-collapsed cathedral. He used his own words to repeat the sentence and mentioned that when the clergyman was about to say the name of the 4th King of Angels, he suddenly self-destructed and was burned to ashes by a transparent flame. I know of another King of Angels. Furthermore, the atmosphere in Afternoon Town is really gloomy and scary. The clergyman's confession is very much like a prophet of calamity. Audrey listened with relish, feeling very curious about the 2 names that were blank and couldn't be said. At this moment, Sun turned to the side and looked at the end of the long bronze table. He piously asked, "Mr. Fool, who tempted Dark Angel Sasser? Who does the 4th name represent? Why can't I say it? Here it comes." Behind the gray fog, Klein's smile nearly froze. He had hurriedly thrown Little Sun back to the real world because he was afraid that he would ask such a question. Back then, he was worried that little son would ask about Dark Angel Sasser. Now, he was facing a question that he had no way of knowing the answer to. Thankfully, magicians didn't perform unprepared. After that day, Klein had undoubtedly seriously considered how he should answer such questions. At that moment, he had an idea. His right palm landed on the armrest as he smiled meaningfully. Because it's a secret. With his eyes and body language, he hinted to the members of the tarot that this secret was not a secret in the normal sense of the word, but a deeper and more specific meaning. But what exactly it was, you could figure it out for yourselves. Gods have deep meanings. After completing this series of actions, Klein couldn't help but repent inwardly. He believed that he was becoming more and more like a charlatan. At the same time, he felt wistful that the hermit's prying was sometimes due to his own inducement. This was because Mr. Fool would use his eyes and body movements to give additional hints. All the members would subconsciously observe his attitude. There's nothing I can do about it. If I don't rely on these, how can I continue pretending? I'm not a real evil god. Klein sighed in his heart. Secret? Is the name itself a secret? This is the content that Mr. Fool wants to hint at? Which names are equivalent to secrets? A true god at the level of sequence 0? The hanging man Alger instantly thought of many things. Combined with what little son had previously described, he had a certain guess. When the name itself becomes a secret, it means that this matter involves a true god. Furthermore, it's very likely that the Evernight goddess is involved, because she's the mother of concealment. The extremely dangerous darkness of the forsaken land of the gods indirectly proves this point. Katlia made an uncertain inference based on the knowledge she had and Mr. Fool's hints. At the same time, she was almost certain that the calamity that the ecclesiastic was referring to was the cataclysm that ended the third epoch. A king of angels who was tempted, the citizens of Afternoon Town who fell into depravity, the city that was slowly corroded, and a black flower of calamity bloomed. This buried an epoch, creating a forsaken land of the gods. What a heavy sense of history. Katlia couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As the members of the tarot pondered, the fool Klein was also analyzing why the name was blank and why it couldn't be said. Could it be the true name of a deity? The one who tempted Dark Angel Sasser was a true god. The fourth name represents a king of angels who later became a true god? However, it's not like I haven't said the true name of a deity. Primordial Demonis Cheek was publicly acknowledged to be on the same level as the 7 deities, but in the end, nothing happened. Perhaps it has something to do with the language used? Ruan, Intis, Fasak, and even ancient Fasak aren't languages that can stir the powers of nature. However, the Jotun commonly used in the city of Silver can. That ecclesiastic likely used such a language. I'll try using Jotun to recite Cheek later? Then, I'll die on the spot, successfully courting death. Forget it, forget it. Besides, with a name blank and a name that can't be said, the results are different. I wonder why. At this moment, seeing that little son was confused and unable to understand Mr. Fool's meaningful hints, the hanging man Alger took the initiative to explain. Those 2 names might represent 2 deities, which is why they can't be said. Perhaps the true creator tempted Dark Angel Sasser, causing a few kings of angels and the residents of Afternoon Town to fall, bringing about a huge disaster. Therefore, only he has a temple and statue in your forsaken land of the gods. The fourth name corresponds to a king of angels who might have obtained great benefits from the disaster and successfully advanced to become a true god. This is similar to my guess, but there's no way to confirm it. Katlia didn't add on. She didn't believe that her and the hanging man's guess was the truth. As Audrey, Magician's Furs, and Emlyn listened attentively, they couldn't help but sigh inwardly. When discussing such matters, tarot always appeared especially high-end. What king of angels, evil gods, true gods, or ancient secrets were all just terms. Is that so? I understand. Sun came to a realization as he sincerely thanked Mr. Fool once again. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly thought of something and asked worriedly, "Mr. Fool, is the key to leaving the forsaken land of the gods really the Giant King's court?" After so much time, he had already accepted Mr. the Hanging Man's explanation that the City of Silver was in the forsaken land of the gods. "That's what I think, but the problem is that I can't be sure. Not searching for the sea and instead exploring the Giant King's court should be Shepherd Lovia's suggestion. This can indirectly prove my judgment, but I can't eliminate the possibility that it's a conspiracy." The Fool Klein's smile nearly froze once again. His thoughts raced as he quickly thought of a solution that didn't require him to give a direct answer without lowering Mr. Fool's standing. He immediately laughed in a relaxed manner and turned to look at Katlia. "Speaking of which, Bernadette already knows how to enter the forsaken land of the gods." Katlia immediately recalled the blurry scene from her dream as she subconsciously looked at the end of the long bronze table. "Is it that projection?" Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly realized that she was sizing up Mr. Fool again. She hurriedly closed her eyes and said, "I have an instinctive eye of mystery prying. It can only be strengthened, but it can't be deactivated. I have to rely on a mystical item to seal it, but there's none here." "Is that so?" Klein nodded slightly. "You can conjure a pair of glasses." "Yes, Mr. Fool." Katlia conjured the glasses according to his instructions. During this process, Klein stirred the powers above the gray fog and fused them into the glasses. When Katlia put it on, she wasn't surprised to find that the eye of mystery prying had been sealed. It was only at this moment that Magicians Furs and Company realized that Hermit's eyes were very special. They were related to mystery prying, and they could be used without being activated. It's no wonder we didn't notice anything. Hermit suffered serious injuries because she spied on Mr. Fool. Audrey moved her lips in enlightenment as she resolved one of her previous doubts. And thinking back to how the hermit had sized him up and how he had worn the clergy attire of the Church of the Storm, the hanging man Alger's face nearly darkened. The Fool Klein didn't wait for the members to calm down as he chuckled and replied to Katlia's question. "It's that projection. The projection of the Giant King's court." "So that's the projection of the Giant King's court," Katlia muttered in pleasant surprise. Then, she thought in a daze, she should know the answer as well. Sun took a few seconds to digest the conversation between Mr. Fool and Hermit, and he vaguely understood a fact. The key to entering the forsaken land of the gods was related to the projection of the Giant King's court. Therefore, the key to leaving the forsaken land of the gods really lies in the Giant King's court? Sun's heart trembled as he lowered his head in excitement. "Thank you for your answer, Mr. Fool." "Phew." Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that such a scene was too taxing on his brain cells. The hanging man Alger restrained his emotions and looked around before looking at the hermit. "Where's the projection of the Giant King's court?" He didn't dare to ask Mr. Fool about this, because he had previously been rejected regarding the forsaken land of the gods. Katlia answered frankly, "It's in the easternmost part of the Sonia Sea." "In the easternmost part of the Sonia Sea, in the dream of the night. I was just about to share some of my experiences there with you." Audrey and Magician's Furs slowed down their breathing at the same time as they excitedly waited for Hermit to describe what was bound to be a fascinating experience. P.S. Recommended book, Transdimensional Card. It's a story about drawing all kinds of items. Divine Emperor of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 696. Katlia controlled herself and didn't look at the world. She slowly said in a deep voice, "Northeast of the Gargas archipelago, there's a safe sea route that can enter those dangerous waters." She began from the abyssal rift that separated the seawater, describing the chariot of the sun that couldn't be looked at, the night that required one to sleep to avoid, the terrifying ravings that filled the entire sea, and the projection of the Giant King's court that was located opposite the mountain in the world of dreams. During this process, she didn't mention the German sparrow at all, deliberately avoiding him. As for the other abnormalities along the way, she only briefly mentioned a few words, such as the sea that could make hair grow wildly and the remnant aura of Earth Mother. Finally, she placed her focus on the ruins with a sleeping corpse and the adventurer's sailboat with the words, "Fountain of Unaging" written in blood. This might mean that the Fountain of Unaging is in that ruin. The corpse that can emit a loud gasp is the guardian. Katlia mentioned the common guesses on the future, but it didn't mean that it was her judgment. Fountain of Unaging. The legendary Fountain of Unaging of the 6 treasures at sea. The hanging man Alger's heart palpitated when he heard that. He couldn't help but consider the possibility of exploring the ruin after he reached Sequence 5. Audrey listened seriously and shook her head slightly. I don't believe that the final meaning of the words in blood is that the Fountain of Unaging is in that ruin. After a second, she attempted to analyze the deceased's psychology. A person who is about to die after being attacked by a monster wouldn't do something like pointing out the treasure. If he wants to warn his companions or family members who come to seek him, he should have written that there's danger here or what the source of the danger is. If he plans on telling passing ships that there's the Fountain of Unaging here, then he lacks the motivation to write something like that on the brink of death. Unless there's a scheme hidden in it, a scheme to lure people to the ruin to seek the Fountain of Unaging, and this scheme will allow him to be saved. That's right. If it were me, I wouldn't risk my life to tell others that there are treasures here. To me, what's the point? Only hatred that's etched into my bones, can make me write such a thing before my death. Otherwise, I'd rather tell others how I should be buried and what burial items I need. At the end, he clicked his tongue and shook his head. Klein nodded indiscernibly as he controlled the world and hoarsely said, "The Fountain of Youth is a scam." He used an absolute affirmation without adding words such as, maybe, should. The Fountain of Unaging is a scam. Katlia glanced at the world and retracted her gaze in thought. This seemed to confirm some of her guesses and thoughts. The hanging man Alger frowned when he heard that. It wasn't that he didn't agree with World's judgment, or that he believed that Miss Justice and Mr. Moon's explanation didn't make sense at all, but that he realized that he hadn't considered such a possibility at all. To him, this was a mistake he shouldn't have made. After so many years, I'm still temporarily blinded by immense benefits. He fell silent for a few seconds before he suddenly sighed. After exchanging what they had seen and heard, everyone began teaching little son ancient Hermes and learning some mysticism knowledge from each other. Time passed quickly. After everyone came to a tacit halt, the fool Klein surveyed the area. "Let's end it here. By your will." Audrey immediately stood up and curtsied. The rest of the members followed suit almost at the same time. Seeing the blurry figures disappear before his eyes, Klein wasn't in a hurry to leave. He conjured goatskin and a fountain pen and wrote a divination statement. My hope of advancing to Sequence 4. Putting down the fountain pen, Klein held the goatskin and leaned back in his chair. As he closed his eyes and entered a cogitation state, he silently recited the divination statement. After reciting it 7 times, he quickly fell asleep and arrived in the world of dreams. The blurry world split open as he saw a towering mountain peak that pierced through the clouds. At the peak of the mountain was a collapsed and dilapidated palace. The walls were covered in weeds and moss, and there were obvious holes in them. In the hall of the palace, there was a huge seat carved out of stone at the very top. It was embedded with dull gold and gems, and it was mostly mottled and damaged. On the seat that didn't look like it was prepared for humans, countless transparent maggots were huddled together. They were densely intertwined as they slowly squirmed and grew. Around the seat, there were ravings that pierced through the long passage of time and history. They were illusory, ethereal, and incessant. Hornaces, Phlegria, Hornaces, Phlegria, Hornaces, Phlegria. When the ravings entered his ears, Klein jolted awake as his face frowned slightly. I'm really at the main peak of the Hornaces mountain range. Furthermore, I can see and hear it even clearer than before. This made him recall Queen Mystic Bernadette's prophetic words. Your fate is at the main peak of the Hornaces mountain range. Is this my fate? It really makes me want to rebel. I just don't want to go. Sigh, it can't be absolute. It depends on the situation. Klein sighed and conjured the 5 wanted posters that Emlyn White had provided. Combining it with the information he had, he used divination to find the whereabouts of the 5 primordial moon believers. Finally, due to the lack of information, he could only confirm 2 points. Gallus Kevin, Windsor Bearing, and Argos are all in Bakeland. Dandy and Lara are in Mat Harbor and Pritz Harbor respectively. That's equivalent to not getting anything. Klein shook his head and returned to the real world. Thinking of how he had promised Little Son to provide the notary potion formula in 3 days, he put on his coat and top hat and prepared to head out to search for his target. After opening the door and coming to the staircase, Klein saw Anderson Hood twirling his deerstalker hat as he hummed a country folk song as he walked up. This fellow's mental resilience is very strong. He was just taught a lesson by a demigod in the morning, forced to apologize and agree to a request, but now, he doesn't seem to be traumatized at all. It's no wonder he can become a Sequence 5 Beyonder. Just this mental fortitude alone makes it difficult for him to lose control. Klein looked at him and nodded slightly as a form of greeting. Good afternoon, Gehrman. Anderson chuckled and waved his hand. I've received the bounty and the characteristic money. I'll immediately pay you the rest. As he spoke, he took out notes of varying thickness from different pockets. It's going very smoothly, Klein commented without any emotion. Anderson immediately laughed. That's right. It's much smoother than I expected. Those fellows whose brains are supposed to be filled with granite are surprisingly amiable, efficient, and polite. I even suspect that I've been blessed by Lady Luck. There's no such god. Klein mercilessly exposed his fantasy. Don't be so serious. It's life. Relax. Relax. Anderson handed over the remaining 1,200 yuan. Actually, I know very well what's going on. That gentleman definitely didn't want me to waste time, so he secretly exhorted those people. Klein glanced at the notes, pinched them with his hand, and casually asked, Did you confirm which pirates caused the problem? He was asking which prey had attracted the manipulator last night. There's no way to confirm it, Anderson said with a bitter smile. Do you think I didn't confirm it beforehand? Although I acted nonchalant in front of you, I actually investigated the prey's background and situation ahead of time to prevent myself from offending someone I shouldn't have. Who knew? Sigh, I can only attribute it to bad luck. This fellow is a lot more cautious than I imagined. That's right. His previous sequence was called Conspire. Klein thought in enlightenment for 2 seconds before asking indifferently, Who deserves to be killed the most here? Anderson was first taken aback before he chuckled. Even our craziest adventurer plans on starting a hunt? However, you have to consider it carefully. I don't wish to discover that you're a companion when I complete that demigod's mission. Don't worry, we're different. I'm a seer. I have all kinds of ways to conceal the situation. No one will come knocking on my door. Besides, that's a demigod of the spectator pathway. He's not good at divination or prophecy. Klein maintained his unique cold attitude. You don't have to worry about it. Anderson immediately gave a thumbs up. Your madness is admirable. He thought for a moment and added, The one who should be killed the most is Malsona from the New Rouen party. He's one of the best friends of the pirates and possesses a highly addictive drug that's based on marijuana or some other plant. This helped him control many people in the Toscarter government and police department. He's the most influential gang leader here. He has committed many crimes and killed many people, but he basically did it with the help of pirates. On the surface, there are no problems. Heh, this guy isn't a beyonder to begin with. The difficulty in killing him is that it's troublesome. Yes, troublesome. He has 3 to 5 beyonders from different pirate crews protecting him at all times. The roofs, outside the rooms, and beneath the windows are all his people. If we want to kill him, we can only force our way in and kill most of them. I have the ability to do so, but it's too troublesome. There's also a certain level of danger. I'll even become a wanted criminal after the matter is over, so I didn't deal with him. Instead, I dealt with his safe, to make stealing sound so fresh and refined. I previously heard that Toscarter's plantation economy and pirate black market trade are the main industries. It's also flourishing with bars, brothels, and casinos. I never expected there to be a new type of drug here. But Malsona is an ordinary person, not a beyonder. It just so happens that creeping hunger lacks food. Klein nodded and gestured for Anderson to elaborate. In the evening, inside the Oak Bar, a boxing match was about to begin in the ring. Many drunkards gathered to the side with cups in hand. They were like sharks that had smelled blood. As they placed their bets, they shouted things like, "Kill him!" and "Kill him!" This was the property of Malsona, the leader of the new Rouen party. The boxing match here was different from other places. Death was allowed. Malsona was very fond of such matches that resembled ancient gladiators. He often came to watch a few matches, and now, he was sitting on the second floor, looking down at the ring. There were many bodyguards scattered around him, guarding every corner. There was no lack of beyonders sent by his pirate partners or veteran adventurers that he had hired with huge sums of money. These people had their sides or backs facing Malsona, surrounding him and preventing anyone from approaching. Revolvers, rifles, and shotguns were all exposed, shocking everyone present. After confirming the situation, Klein pressed down on his top hat and entered the bar. He immediately saw Malsona smoking a cigar. This gang boss had a very recognizable face. Be it his brandy nose or sparse eyebrows, they were all very distinctive. Klein retracted his gaze and first went to the bar counter to get a glass of local malt beer that cost 4 pence. Then, he squeezed his way to the railing on the second floor. Although he wasn't directly below Malsona, that place was tightly guarded. He wasn't far from him. Within 5 meters, Klein silently muttered to himself as he held his glass and looked at the boxing ring. P.S. There will be an early update at midnight. Chapter 697. Black spirit body threads that originated from different life forms appeared in Klein's eyes, but he didn't immediately extend his spirituality in an attempt to control them. After identifying and confirming which spirit body threads belonged to Malsona, he gulped down a mouthful of malt beer and focused on watching the boxing match in the ring like a real spectator. The two boxers were bare-chested and didn't wear any protective gear. They fought with all their might as they constantly clashed, with every punch landing on flesh. The situation quickly turned intense. Many of the spectating drunkards and gamblers felt their adrenaline rush as they enthusiastically shouted the name of the boxer they supported. "Kill him! Kill that son of a bitch!" On the second floor, Malsona forgot about the cigar in his hand as he stared intently at the ring beneath him. His hand was already clenched tightly into a fist. The people around him, apart from the bodyguards who were in charge of guarding against suspicious people and important areas such as the rooftops and floors, couldn't help but place their attention on the exciting boxing match. Klein raised his hand once again and gulped down a mouthful of beer, as though he couldn't catch his breath due to the tense atmosphere. At this moment, his spirituality silently spread out and grabbed onto the illusory black threads that corresponded to Malsona. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Malsona, who had a rosacea nose, was just about to slightly move his fists, as though he was fighting in the ring when his brain suddenly turned numb. He felt that his surroundings had turned strange, as though several layers of thick glass had been installed. Malsona immediately realized that his thoughts were clearly sluggish, as though all the components in his brain had suddenly rusted. As his target was only an ordinary person with a spirit body far inferior to a Beyonder, Klein didn't even take 20 seconds to gain initial control over him. 7 seconds. Just 7 seconds. Oh no. Something went wrong. It should be a Beyonder with rather special powers. Malsona, who often interacted with pirates, was no stranger to the mysterious world. Therefore, he had spent a large sum of money to hire a Beyonder to protect him. If not for the fact that his body had long been destroyed by alcohol and women, leaving him mentally weak and in a bad state, making it so that there was a high chance of losing control by consuming the potion, he would have wanted to directly obtain that supernatural power. At this moment, due to his sluggish thoughts and lack of experience, Malsona took more than 10 seconds to understand that he had been attacked. He immediately extended his arm and opened his mouth in an attempt to call for help. However, his movements were so slow and the voice in his throat was so weak. Some of the bodyguards around him were focused on the intense boxing match, and the audience's shouts were louder and louder. The attention of the guards on the periphery was focused on the possible attack, and the employer who was not under heavy protection was ignored just like that. When the climax of the match temporarily subsided, some of the bodyguards and subordinates turned around to look at their boss. They could only see that Malsona's gaze was somewhat dull, and the position of his hands was not too normal. It seemed like he was still immersed in the boxing match and was anxiously waiting for the final result. Tears trickled down the corners of the mafia boss's eyes. He tried his best to loosen his fingers so that the cigar would fall to the ground and attract attention. But to his despair, he found that his thoughts were getting slower and stiffer. Even a simple action seemed to take more than a minute to complete, and his fingers were still fighting against his thoughts. But the burning cigar finally fell to the floor as Malsona's tears flowed down his face and onto his neck. A few bodyguards noticed this, and were just about to ask their boss if he was too agitated from the match, when Malsona suddenly bent down and wiped his face as he picked up the cigar. "This match isn't bad. Give the final winner more money." Malsona flicked the cigar and pulled his collar as the corners of his lips curled into a smile. He didn't specify how much money he was going to give, as Klein didn't understand the market at all, so he could only give a vague explanation. Yes, Malsona of the new Ruan party had become his puppet. As this mafia boss was only an ordinary person, his spirit body was weaker than a healthy human, so he only took 2 minutes and 15 seconds. If he needed any more time, he would have to divert his attention to create chaos with his illusions, making the bodyguards focus on protecting Malsona and unable to notice his abnormality. "Kill him! Kill him!" The audience's shouts suddenly became uniform as the match in the arena came to an end. Malsona also gestured for the bodyguards to continue watching the match. After a boxer collapsed unconscious, Malsona took a puff of his cigar and said, "That's right. To the room. I need to take a break." "Yes, boss." His bodyguards and subordinates immediately escorted him to the corridor on the second floor and helped him open the door to the break room. After instructing the bodyguards to guard key spots and not to disturb him, Malsona paced around and opened a safe. He found documents that involved new drugs and filtered out the most important ones. Following that, he placed the documents and the address he cut from the newspaper, along with all the £758 in cash, into a briefcase. With a creak, he opened the door and called for a subordinate. "Throw this bag under the third lamppost in the alley around the corner." "Yes, boss." His subordinate didn't ask why. That was the rule. Closing the door again, Malsona rummaged for 3 candles and items with spirituality. He used a pen and paper to seriously draw the emblem of the fool, half a pupilless eye that symbolized concealment, and the other half a contorted line that symbolized change. It was a special symbol formed from half a pupilless eye. Then, this mafia boss, who had become a puppet, lit the candles, used perfume to replace essential oils and extract, and seriously held a bestowment ritual. He chanted the honorific name of the fool, and chanted the corresponding incantation in ancient Hermes, which he didn't know at all. Following that, he picked up the item with spirituality and let it fuse into the wind, forming an illusory door with the changing candle flames. If he didn't find an item rich in spirituality, Klein planned on using Malsona's blood. Human blood itself was an item with spirituality. In the washroom on the first floor, Klein seized the opportunity to take 4 steps counterclockwise and arrive above the gray fog. He didn't use the Dark Emperor card. Instead, he directly stirred some of the mysterious space's powers, connected them with the paper figurine, and threw it into the door of sacrifice and bestowment. The paper figurine immediately transformed into an angel with 12 pairs of wings on its back. It flew through the illusory and mysterious door, traversing the pitch-black and deep void to arrive where Malsona was. This was to interfere with the subsequent investigations of divination, prophecy, and other beyonder powers. Right on the heels of that, Klein picked up Creeping Hunger and threw it into the door of the ritual. Creeping Hunger had used the bestowment ritual to come to the real world and appear in front of Malsona. Having not eaten for a long time, it immediately turned restless. At this moment, Klein had returned to the washroom. From a distance of tens of meters, he controlled the previously frozen Malsona to shut his mouth and pick up the glove on the altar. A crack immediately appeared in the middle of the glove, revealing 2 rows of illusory, white teeth. The puppet's senses that Klein obtained quickly weakened, and he decisively removed his control over it. The slight backlash made him feel a little dizzy, but it didn't take long for him to return to normal. Then, as though nothing had happened, he left the washroom and returned to the bar counter. He continued drinking the malt beer he hadn't finished from before. At the same time, he used his spirit body threads to find a rat on the second floor. In less than 2 minutes, he had turned it into his puppet. The rat's actions were somewhat awkward and inexperienced as it searched for a cave and path. After spending a certain amount of time, it entered Malsona's lounge through the cover of the bookshelves. At this moment, there was a thin glove that looked like it was made of human skin lying silently on the ground. As for Malsona, not even his clothes were left. The rat climbed onto the table, picked up the piece of paper with the fool's symbol in its mouth, and placed it in front of the burning candle. The piece of paper was quickly ignited and reduced to ashes. After extinguishing the 3 candles and returning them to their original spots, the rat came to Creeping Hunger's side and picked up the glove. Then, it returned the way it came and left Malsona's lounge. It hid all the way to the balcony on the second floor and silently climbed down. First floor, at the bar counter. Klein drank the last mouthful of beer, put down the cup, and slowly stood up. He pressed down on his half-top hat and stuffed his hands into the pockets of his black double-breasted frock coat. He walked past the drunkards and gamblers at an unhurried pace and walked onto the street. Following the light from the street lamps, he came to the alley at a normal speed. As he pulled out the paper figurine and lit it, he picked up the briefcase under the 3rd street lamp. At this moment, a gray rat with a thin human-skinned glove in its mouth leaped out from the shadows. Klein bent down once again with a deadpan expression and picked up Creeping Hunger. Then, the gray rat left on its own and crawled into a trash can. It lay there and lost all signs of life. And in the night, under the illumination of the street lamps, Klein stood there, unhurriedly spreading his fingers and wearing Creeping Hunger on his left hand. After moving his fingers to get used to the glove, he put away the briefcase and walked past the lively oak bar before disappearing at the intersection of the street. After pasting the address and stamp on the briefcase that only had the important information left and placing it into the mailbox at the corner of the street, Klein transformed back into German Sparrow. He took a rental carriage and headed for another bar by the harbor. It was a bar with many pirates provided by Anderson. After entering the bar, Klein swept his gaze and took in the general situation inside. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure. The figure had a medium build and his lips were purple. His brown eyes hid an intense malice that left one in fear. He was none other than King of Immortality Agolito's second mate, Slaughterer Curtius, with a bounty of 9,500 pounds. Clearly, after escaping the exit of the dangerous waters, the death announcer had also come to the vicinity of the nearest Toscarter Island in search of supplies. He's here too. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up. He realized that there was nothing more suitable than a chance encounter to hunt a devil. Just as he had evil thoughts, Curtius sensed it and turned to look at the bar's entrance. Without any hesitation, Klein grabbed the beer on the table beside him and threw it over. Right on the heels of that, he drew his revolver and coldly aimed in that direction. Bang! P.S. Seeking recommendation votes on Monday, there are less than 5,000 votes left until the next update. Chapter 698. Gotcha. Curtius only turned his body slightly as the cup of beer landed on the round table beside him, smashing into a mess. And at the same time the gunshot sounded, he didn't dodge at all, as though he had intuitively seen through the illusion. Amidst the drunkards and gamblers crouching down to cover their heads or scattering in all directions, he leaped up like a spring as his gaze locked onto the cold-looking adventurer in a top hat and suit. German Sparrow. Curtius's pupils constricted as he opened his mouth, about to recite the language of foulness that stemmed from the abyss. At this moment, Klein pulled the trigger. A pale gold bullet that looked like it had just been scooped out of hot water shot out, accurately heading for Slayer, who had a bounty of 9,500 pounds. However, all Curtius did was raise his right hand and spread open his fingers, igniting a pale blue flame in his palm. Then, he grabbed the bullet in an unimaginable manner. The bullet instantly fell into a cage as it froze in the pale blue flames. The sunlight that it emitted was just enough to offset all of this. Beside Curtius, two figures stood up one after another. One of them was a short-haired woman with two pistols in hand, and the other was a boorish man wearing boxing gloves. Clearly, he wasn't alone when he came to Toscarter Harbor in search of supplies. Or it could be said that he definitely had partners he knew here. 3 Beyonders. Curtius might even be a Sequence 5. At that moment, Klein nearly blurted out words like, "Sorry for disturbing." To attack a devil, one couldn't make any preparations ahead of time. One had to rely on a chance encounter, and there couldn't be any hesitation. Otherwise, the other party would immediately sense any ill intent and sense danger. However, under such circumstances, it was really difficult to tell who had the upper hand. Klein didn't hesitate to turn around. With revolver in hand, he nimbly and quickly rushed to the staircase that led to the second floor of the bar, over the crouching drunkards and gamblers. Just as he dodged in, a pale blue fireball smashed the edge of the staircase and instantly expanded and exploded. Boom! A small portion of the bottom of the staircase collapsed as the entire bar shook. A strong smell of sulfur emanated. Curtius and his two accomplices didn't waste any time as they leaped across the bottom of the staircase and frantically pursued German Sparrow. Tap! Thud, thud, thud! Klein ran to the second floor, and on the way, he quickly activated his spirit body thread. This allowed him to easily find a spacious room without any humans. With a twist of his waist and a stomp of his feet, he was about to turn around and jump out of the window to escape the bar. At this moment, Curtius and his two companions had reached the second floor. Upon seeing this scene, they immediately split up. The former continued his pursuit while the other two entered another room on the same side in a bid to intercept him. And Klein was waiting for this opportunity. He suddenly half-turned his body, gripped the air with his black-gloved left hand, and twisted it. The woman with the dual pistols and the man with the boxing gloves did not notice anything unusual and continued their actions. They rushed into another room, jumped down from the window, and left without looking back. Using the Baron of Corruption's distortion, Klein had altered their goal of splitting up to intercept into splitting up. This wouldn't last for long, but it also allowed Klein to gain a brief opportunity to engage in a one-on-one battle. Plop. Having completed distortion, he fell to the ground and tumbled into the room, dodging Curtius's series of light blue fireballs. The rumbling continued as the bar's building shook as though it had experienced an earthquake. Right on the heels of that, Curtius quickly lunged forward and entered the rather spacious room in pursuit. Seeing Gehrman Sparrow somersaulting and jumping in a familiar manner without facing him head-on, and with him controlling his emotions very well, this slaughterer immediately opened his mouth and used the unique devil language to spit out a word that was filled with filth. What? Slow. Everything in the room seemed to come to a standstill. Klein's tumbling clearly slowed down and was no longer as smooth as before. Curtius didn't hesitate to lock onto his target and followed up with another word in devil language. Die! Klein's figure instantly froze as he stood rooted to the ground. Following that, he turned faint and thin, turning into a paper figurine covered in mottled red rust. At the same time, he, who was wearing a half-top hat and a black double-breasted suit, appeared by the door. He extended his left hand, which was wearing a sinister black glove, and grabbed the handle. He pulled the door inwards and firmly closed it. Creak! The clamor outside vanished as the room seemed to become independent, turning into a sturdy cage. Upon seeing this, Curtius's body suddenly swelled up, tearing his clothes apart inch by inch. He instantly transformed into a massive creature that was nearly 3 meters tall. His skin looked dark, but it was actually black and sinister. Goat horns protruded from his head, covered in countless mysterious patterns. Behind him, a pair of gigantic bat wings spread out. Swirling around them were light blue flames that emitted a strong smell of sulfur. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Light blue fireballs shot out in unison, blanketing the area by the door. At the same time, Curtius's eyes turned scarlet as he said extremely filthy devil language. Corruption! This was also an area of effect attack. His eyes were filled with light blue as Klein clenched his left hand, which was wearing a sinister and noble glove, and he quickly twisted it. The fireballs immediately lost their trajectories as they turned chaotic like the irregular motion of microscopic particles. They smashed into the ceiling, hit the door, fell to the ground, and flew back at Curtius. Instantly, there was a series of rumbling sounds in the room. Due to the power of distortion, the seal's effects suffered intense damage and wavering, but it still didn't show any obvious signs of being destroyed. Faint blue flames rose as the smell of sulfur filled the air. Klein's body suddenly bent down as his body was covered in a layer of slightly sticky black liquid. Bang! His figure exploded, turning into shredded paper and black fog of corruption. Right on the heels of that, he appeared on the other side. His skin clearly dimmed as his clothes were torn apart by the explosive forces and the abyss's flames. Tears appeared one after another. The area of effect corruption restrained his paper figurine substitutes to a certain extent, so he couldn't avoid being affected to a certain extent. And the aftermath of the explosion wasn't something Klein could control, so it similarly dealt damage to him. However, he had gifted Curtius a cup of beer the moment they met, completing the bribe, causing the attacks and control effects that targeted him to be greatly weakened. Curtius clearly didn't expect that Gehrman Sparrow wasn't seriously affected by degeneration. Just as he pulled out a long saber formed from pure flames, and before he could launch a frenzied attack with speed and strength, he saw the glove on his opponent's left hand turn as though it was made of gold. 2 blinding bolts of lightning instantly shot out from Klein's eyes. Psychic piercing. Ah! Curtius immediately let out a shrill cry as though 100 bottles of holy water had been poured into his head. He had plenty of combat experience, so he knew that he would definitely suffer a series of attacks after suffering a mental blow. Hence, he instinctively transformed into a pitch-black liquid that scattered towards the ground. This liquid seemed to be the amalgamation of the most sinister and shameful desires in a person's heart. It swept through the entire room in a way that corrupted everything as it surged towards German Sparrow. This posture is just too perfect. In a battle encounter, there will always be problems of insufficient preparation and understanding. Thankfully, I've always remembered that when facing a beyonder who's suspected to be a desire apostle, I have to completely restrain my desires and emotions. Klein didn't dodge as the glove on his left hand was quickly dyed with pure, bright sunlight. He spread out his arms, allowing a holy pillar of light with golden flames swirling around it to descend, illuminating every corner and every shadow. The pillar of light struck the spot where the pitch-black liquid was thickest, and it spread in all directions as it rippled outwards. Amidst the bright and holy light, the pitch-black liquid rapidly evaporated as more than half of it vanished. Curtius hurriedly condensed his body and reformed himself near the window. He remained in his 3-meter-tall devil form, his mind as calm as ever. However, the intense bloodlust and desire for slaughter made him somewhat unable to restrain himself. At that moment, he was already a little weak. He didn't dare to engage in battle and wait for German Sparrow to show any emotional fluctuations so that he could control his desires. He directly ignited the 2 curved and mysterious goat horns on his head, planning on forcefully attacking his enemy's psyche, making it inevitable for him to produce certain emotions. And once he had desires and emotions, the situation would be under the control of the desire apostle. At this moment, Curtius's mind suddenly turned numb, causing him to nearly lose the thoughts he had. After the distance between them entered a 5-meter range, the reason why Klein had been in a passive state, using paper figurine substitutes and the Baron of Corrosion's distortion powers to barely fend off the attacks and stall for time, was because he was diverting his attention to control Curtius's spirit-body threads. With Slaughterer's sequence 5 spirit-body strength, he wouldn't have succeeded so quickly, but the bribe from the cup of beer had lowered Curtius's defense and resistance. And after that, this desire apostle had suffered psychic piercing and had been deeply purified by light of holiness, making him rather weak. Therefore, even though Klein was diverting his attention to use other powers, he was still able to gain initial control over Curtius in about 15 seconds. The intense battle in the room instantly turned silent. Although Curtius's thoughts had turned sluggish, he still had the ability to complete his actions. He could still forcefully resist the control that stemmed from deep within his spirit body. The scarlet in his eyes converged as it reflected German Sparrow's figure. The curved goat horns on his head began to burn intensely as hatred, greed, desire, and wrath emanated outwards in a corporeal manner. Klein entered a half-cogitation state as he calmly and focused on deepening his control, hoping to quickly make Curtius lose his ability to resist. P.S. Update first before making changes. Seeking monthly and recommended vote. Chapter 699. In the dilapidated room, Klein, whose top hat had fallen to the side and whose clothes were in tatters, faced the massive devil with bat wings on his back, Curtius, who was about 4 meters away. The scene was so silent that it resembled a puppet show. In fact, Klein still had the energy to do something else. Back when Nimblewright Master Rosago forcefully controlled him and Sharon, he was able to resist the Wraith's projection possession while controlling flames and summoning a flame stream to destroy the shadow that Sharon summoned. If not for his mistake in focusing on the sequence 5 Wraith as his main target, Rosago would have long diverted his attention to finish off Klein. He wouldn't have given him a chance to use the language of foulness charm. Now, although Klein was definitely inferior to the other party, he only had one enemy. Of course, there wasn't much he could do. Under the premise of not giving up on controlling Curtius, he could move, but he couldn't be too anxious or fast. He could use beyonder powers that were his own and didn't place a burden on his spirituality, but he couldn't divert his attention to power the mystical items he carried, or draw his gun and fire with a rather large range of motion. and before the target was controlled to a certain extent, many attacks could push or stimulate the target, thereby increasing the strength to resist the control of the spirit body threads, to the point of showing signs of escaping. Therefore, Klein had to wait. At this moment, his heart suddenly sped up as an irrepressible sense of horror and nervousness surged in his mind. He couldn't help but suspect that Curtius's companion, whose intentions had been distorted, was about to return. No good. His emotions are stirring. Klein was first taken aback before he used cogitation to forcefully calm his stirring emotions. Ha! He appeared. His emotions stirred. A chance. Curtius was delighted as a slow thought flashed through his mind. Then, he used his beyonder powers in an attempt to magnify German Sparrow's fear and nervousness, planting the seeds of his emotions. If he succeeded, all he needed was a complete detonation to cripple him, preventing him from affecting him again. No. How can it be ineffective? His emotional fluctuations are gone. Curtius's scarlet eyes slowly constricted as they were gradually filled with shock, and anger. Klein, who originally believed that the Desire Apostle would take the opportunity to counterattack, realized that nothing had happened after he calmed himself down. The curved goat horns on Curtius's head had clearly been burned to nothingness, but he didn't attempt to use the emotional fluctuations. With a thought, Klein had a rough idea of what was going on. It wasn't that Curtius didn't want to control his fear and anxiety, but that he had failed. From the moment he sensed the emotional fluctuations, he had to use a few seconds to digest the situation. Then, he would use 2 to 3 seconds to make a decision. Finally, he would spend more time organizing his thoughts and using the corresponding beyonder powers. It would take him at least 10 seconds to complete a response. From the moment Klein noticed the problem to the moment he calmed down, it only took a total of 3 to 4 seconds. Therefore, Curtius's beyonder powers were naturally ineffective against a normal enemy. To put it simply, the delay was too high. In such a situation, there's no need to play any intricate maneuvers, Klein lampooned before he calmed down his gloating mood and continued strengthening his control. After another 10 seconds or so, Curtius seemed to figure out where the problem was. He stopped considering ways to target his desires and emotions. Relying on a devil's powerful body and spirit body, he resisted the control that stemmed from the spirit body threads while slowly and arduously flapping the bat wings on his back. He made the light blue flames swirling on them condense into a fireball. Klein could almost foresee that the fireballs would bombard him in a blanket manner. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to divert some of his spirituality and snapped his fingers with his right thumb and middle finger. But the light blue flames suddenly soared before they truly formed and completely disintegrated. It was as though a grand firework had been set off behind Curtius. Magicians, flame controlling. Curtius continued struggling, but his movements were becoming slower and slower. He looked more and more like a rusty puppet, allowing Klein to easily move his feet and dodge the devil language he was using with all his might. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Klein suddenly stopped as his gaze locked onto Curtius's head that had lost its curved horns. At that moment, there were still at least 2.5 minutes before he could completely control the Desire Apostle and turn him into a puppet. However, Klein didn't have such plans. He never had such plans from the very beginning. It would take too much time, and Curtius's accomplices would definitely rush back before that happened. Klein only had one goal from beginning to end. It was to control Curtius to a certain extent, preventing his attacks from helping Curtius escape his predicament. His scarlet eyes, hideous face, and saliva-dripping fangs reflected in Klein's eyes. He opened his mouth and said a word. Bang! Air bullet, a sequence 5 air bullet. This was comparable to a bullet fired from a steam rifle. Bang! The air bullet accurately hit Curtius's forehead, causing him to tilt his head back and tug at his spirit body thread. A blood-colored hole that wasn't too deep appeared in the middle of his brows, but he didn't suffer any fatal injuries. To a devil or a desire apostle, their bodies seemed to be covered in a thick layer of hard armor. Their blood and flesh were also extremely flexible and resistant to attack. Bang, bang, bang. Klein constantly produced sounds as he created air bullets, making them strike Curtius's forehead one after another. Gradually, they formed a single line. At the same time, he stably controlled his spirit body threads, preventing Curtius from using them to weaken the effects. Curtius let out an angry stuttering roar as he desperately moved forward in a bid to counterattack, but Klein was much more agile than him, and his plan of liquefying had undoubtedly failed due to the control of his spirit body thread. Bang! Another air bullet hit its mark, completely shattering Curtius's forehead and boring into his brain. Bang! 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 More bullets flew in, one after another. Bang! Curtius's skull was finally ripped open. The brain inside was filled with deep black ravines. At that moment it was a complete blur. The aura of this slaughterer with a bounty of 9,500 pounds rapidly dissipated, but he didn't close his eyes because he had already lost them. He slowly fell to the ground, stumbling as Klein approached him step by step and extended his left palm. Two bright red eyes immediately cracked open on the glove's palm. A cold and sinister breeze appeared as Slaughterer Curtius's spirit body, along with the black fog-like Beyonder characteristic, drilled into creeping hunger while screaming, fixing itself to the empty finger. Soon, the glove turned black once again, but this time, it was deep and pure. It was as though it was formed from countless squirming dots of the same color. Klein sensed it for 2 seconds before walking to the shattered window in disappointment and delight. During the process of grazing Curtius, he had actually considered what Beyonder powers he wished to obtain and what he didn't wish to obtain. The answer was that he didn't want the devil's premonition of danger. This was because it required him to constantly activate creeping hunger and maintain it near Curtius's soul. And this meant that he had to be food for the glove alone every day. It was extremely inconvenient, and it overlapped with his seer powers to a certain extent. As for whether the devil's premonition of danger would still be useful after being made into a puppet, Klein believed that it was, but it was only targeted at the puppet itself and had nothing to do with the controller. The Beyonder powers that Klein wished to draw the most were the Desire Apostle's use of emotions or any of the language of foulness. It would be best if it was either death or degeneration. At that moment, he was lucky enough to obtain 3 Beyonder powers. One of them was language of foulness, but it wasn't death or degeneration. Instead, it was slow. It could instantly make all targets within 7 to 8 meters turn stiff or even come to a halt. However, the effects could only last for about 2 seconds. The second Beyonder power was Sword of Magma. It could create a flaming greatsword with extremely high offensive strength. It could cleave through a thick stone pillar with a single strike. The incision would appear to have melted, and it was Curtius's choice when he attacked in a frenzy. The third was Sulfur Fireball. Not only could it create a powerful explosion, but it could also poison people and objects that were tainted by the flames. If it was combined with his devil form powers, he could shoot more than 10 to 20 of them at once, or 3 at most. Not bad. Sword of Magma's damage against non-undead and filthy creatures is clearly higher than the Priest of Light's Light of Holiness. Klein came to the window and happened to see the backs of Curtius's companions leaving. They haven't escaped the effects? No, based on the time, they must have escaped and returned to a spot not far away. Are they escaping now? They are able to sense Curtius's death? That's a little strange. Klein turned his head and saw that Curtius's corpse still maintained its devil form. It hadn't transformed into a human due to death. He looked at it for 2 seconds and had a vague guess. Powers similar to devil form appear to be in a state where one is close to losing control. However, one's rationality can still be controlled, allowing them to transform back. Otherwise, they will remain in a constant state. Klein didn't waste any time as he flipped the devil's corpse. He discovered that due to Curtius's gigantification, his clothes and pants had been torn apart, causing his wallet and notes to fall to the ground. Furthermore, it had been severely damaged by the fireball and the sulfur flames. Klein was just about to retract his gaze when he suddenly discovered something shimmering at the gigantic devil's chest. It was a slender crystal formed purely from blood. A faint smell of sulfur emanated from it. "What's this?" Klein frowned slightly, unable to think of an answer. Curtius's beyonder characteristic has clearly entered creeping hunger, so why would his corpse produce something strange? This thought flashed through Klein's mind in puzzlement. Furthermore, as the second mate of the King of Immortality, Curtius didn't have a single mystical item or sealed artifact. This exceeded his expectations.